Shalom, Salama, Siyemi, Shalom. Greetings to all my fellow Israelites. The blood of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the house of Israel. My Israelite brothers and sisters. And to my Gentile brothers and sisters that are covered under the blood of Yahushua HaMashiach. Greetings this morning. Before I get started, I want to give a special shout out to Essential Growth. She had put that graphic together of the anti-cap spray. Oh, non-revisionist. Oh, it's going on. It's going down. It's going down. Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to. Look, I told you. Look, there's a lapse. I was saying this. I'm not trying to be comfortable about like, well, Brother Karras said it, so Brother Karras is the authority. I said this is what I feel. This is what I see. This is just my understanding. And I'm not trying to be here haughty. No, not by any means. But I'm like looking at things. I'm saying, nah, we're too close. You get what I'm saying, family? It's like you get that feeling like now we're too close. And you know how things could just turn around on the spot. And here I want to show you this. This is the first thing. I want to show you this. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to open the phone lines because my calendar is pretty open this morning. The puppy done got walked. He's playing around. I done puppy proofed everything. He's playing around. He'll play for about an hour, then he sleeps for 3. I got time for this. Sorry, Sister Shield. There's no graph. But there is an F around chart. See, the more that they F'd around, the more that they found out. Oh, we may be here till noon. My calendar is pretty open today. We got some family business to discuss. Okay, look, it's not business. It's business. Okay, because things is going down. Let me get. I'm trying my best to delay things and get things open. Here, moderators, I'm gonna need you because let me tell you. Oh, I'm hitting all the algorithm points today. I done got the photo on out there, that anti-captivity spray. Folks are getting mad because China done said, look, we don't care what they say. Forget y'all cheap behind products that we don't make for y'all. Y'all ain't nothing. When China got mad at us. Oh my goodness, China wants to get a war with us. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that was, oh my goodness, prophecy. You know, the audacity of those Chinamen to say that they don't need us anymore. Who do they think they are? They said, come on. They said, step up. You're going to get more than a Jackie Chan foot or a Jet Li fist headed your direction. They said, we're going to hit you with the Liu Kang fireball. All while singing Cisco, too. Let me see that burn. That burn, 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 burn. That fire so scandalous. We like Cisco Enter the Dragon. It reminds us of our culture. We just remix. Uh, okay, family. We got 100 folks up on in here because you want to know why. What's going on is when I start to play this video, we're gonna reference this video quite frequently because look, I want you all to really get the context of where I'm coming from. All right, because you're now seeing just a small scale. This is a small scale in a small country. And see, our people don't really understand the breadth of what the Most High can do. I'm going to play this. Then I'm going to open up and keep open the StreamYard link. We're going to focus it to this. And I'm going to ask family, why do we think it will take a year? Why do we think it'll take as long as we think it takes? Are y'all ready, family? I know I'm asking folks to stop shaving for a little bit. I know I'm asking folks to hold off on putting deodorant on and getting dressed for at least 5-6 minutes. But are you ready, family? All right, here we go. Let me get this on up here. Let me get this chair.
After plane,
Let me do this.
plane after plane keep landing and arriving at airports in West Africa, delivering thousands of students who a week ago were, studying in peace in Tunisia. So this is after the attacks that happened in Tunisia, after the president of Tunisia called upon Tunisians to kick out, black Africans. He called them sub-Saharan Africans because he said that there was a plot, and he never said from who, but he said there was a plot to change the demography or the population of Tunisia from being purely Arabic to now being a mixed race or mixed ratio kind of society in Tunisia, and not being purely Islamic. So he said that all sub-Saharan Africans, referring to black Africans, some of them who have been in that country for more than 2 decades, others recent migrants. He said that all of them were illegal migrants to that country because there was that attempt from unknown people who are trying to change the Tunisian demography from being purely Arabic and purely Islamic to now being multiracial and having a larger portion of its population being black and Christian. So he said that these people needs to be, chased out, kicked out, and sent back to where they came from.
Tonight, hundreds of sub-Saharan African migrants have been attacked or made homeless in Tunisia after a racist presidential speech last week. Guinea sends a plane to repatriate some of its nationals, and other countries are set to follow suit.
And after his speech, the attacks on black people started because it turns out a good number of Tunisians share the same sentiments as these presidents. So you understand. And when we talk about sub-Saharan Africans who are in that country, we are talking about people from Mali. A lot of them are from Mali, others are from Guinea, others are from Nigeria. And they are in that country as students, others are there to look for jobs. Others could be on transits to try to cross the Mediterranean and go to Europe. So all those groups are there. But he said that they need to be kicked out because there was a plot to repopulate the Tunisian population with black people. That is what he said. Even though, even the name Africa, itself came from Tunisia, because there was a group of people who are living in Tunisia before the Arabs invaded Tunisia and turned it into majority Arabic. Before they invaded in 700 AD, when they were spreading Islam, there were people who were living there, and this tribe were being referred to as the Ifri or the Afer or the Afri by the Romans. So the Romans would say the land of the Afer, and that's what later came to be Africa in Latin, meaning the land of the Afer people, Africa. So the name Africa itself came from Tunisia, and there were these people who were living in Tunisia before the Muslims, the Arabs, came in 700 AD. They came to spread Islam. And majority of the people in Tunisia at the time, some of them were European by origin, the Carthaginians, the Palestinian, I think, and others are people from sub-Saharan Africa. Now these people is saying that they should not come back to Tunisia. These people is saying that they are trying to change the demography of Tunisia, even though their ancestors were the ones in Tunisia. So the Arabs came, and they came in large numbers, and they are now the majority. But now they say that they do not want to see the black people in Tunisia. So today we have a situation where a lot of countries in West Africa are sending rescue planes to Tunisia to try to rescue their people who are trapped there. I've seen videos, black people are not moving out of their houses today. They are not freely walking in the streets for fear of being attacked. It's that bad. It's xenophobic attacks on a different level. I was reading a story of an account from a man called Osman, who has been living in Tunisia for the last 30 years, 3 decades. And today he did not report to his work. So he has lost a job. And his landlord has given him an eviction notice. So he has given him and his family 1 week to, leave his apartment, to evacuate, because the landlord fears that his apartment might be touched by this gang of young, I don't know, Tunisians who are moving around looking for black people. So it's that bad, and they're trying to hide it.
All right. All right. How do we break this thing down on so many levels? I don't even know where to begin. Do y'all see what I'm saying, family? Here we go. I have the link up there. Michael Raya, Shalom. I have it. We're sticking to this topic. I think we could go weeks on this. Wait. Sharon Bot, yeah. Look at what Sharon Bot, yeah, says. She says, and the Exodus has begun. Oh, my goodness. I didn't say it. Michael Ryan, what are your thoughts, brother?
Brother, truthfully, I agree with what she said. Of course, this really truly started in India about a month ago, when the Indians in India they was expelling all the Nigerians,
Mm-hmm.
and the brothers in Nigeria, they was saying, hey, we need to get rid of the Indians in Nigeria. And so yes, this stuff it's starting, and I mean, truthfully, I'm not mad at the man. I mean, I would say this is a good thing, for me. I mean, I would, if something like that could happen for us, game is over for the whole world. If something like that really truly happened here in the United States, or all of displaced African American or the Negro. That's it. Game is over.
Oh man, but did you hear the commentary with what had happened? He said the president of Tunisia was basically right. He basically wanted to pull a U.S. This is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to pull something that they learned in these Western nations, and that set off a firestorm. So guess what? Now you understand. Look, these folks want to fight against black folks here because why? Because they're losing their resources. So why? You know it's only natural they're going to come after us this summer. This will be the reddest of the red summer. But what's going to end up happening? I'm telling y'all, when this weather gets clear, you're going to see more craziness. And then guess what's going to happen? Bing, ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, I can see that.
Am I lying? Brother
No,
Asaph. Brother Asaph. I'll get back to you, brother Michael, because the panel's fired up.
I'm on board with every last one of them.
It's fired up. Let's see what the UK folks got to say, because the UK folks were like, once you all are going, we're gonna have the tea and comforts ready to go. Brother Asaph.
Shalom. We have been criticized by one of the British ex-top footballers, who's now a journalist, saying that the government in the UK is like the Nazis.
Ooh.
So that says it all. They have introduced new legislation to stop refugees from coming in by boats, but there's no legal routes to come in. You can't just jump on a flight and come in as a refugee.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, they're clamping down on people coming in, and then I can envisage not too long from now that they're going to want the people here to leave, because even if you're born here, and my children are born here, my daughter is a professional. She's works in the medical field. She's a pharmacist, and she's still considered a foreigner. They ask her what country she's from, and sometimes they tell that they've even told me, at work, that I should go back home and stuff like that. And the last person I had this argument with, I said to them that if you lot would pay me my 400 years back wages on my home in West Africa, when I was minding my own business in Europe, and the separation of Africa from Europe with the resources is another showdown as well. They're not going to want us to be around. That's my view anyway.
Exactly. Like I had said, look, when they get cut off from the resources, it's over with. You get what I'm saying? The only reason that this is my opinion. The only reason why they have to kind of quote unquote cater to us and not wipe us on out is because we are literally their connection to the resources on the land. Am I lying?
No, you're not at all, Brother Karis. And the thing is that we've had not very many African presidents wake up, but enough to stir the pot, as it were, by stating that the resources are not going to Europe for discount prices and for free, and neither are we tying into their banking system where they can fleece off us for free. And this is one of the reasons why they raised the retirement age in France, because Dr. Chiambora came along and she stirred the pot when she said that France is getting 550 billion every year from West Africa for free, and not doing nothing for the continent. And younger leaders have risen up, and older leaders who are much more savvy, and they want, and I don't know how they've done it. They've decided that they're going to team up and have one policy for lithium, which is what they need for the electric cars. And this has put them in a country now because China's at the forefront.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sister Chantel, shalom this morning, your afternoon.
Well, yeah, just it's 12 o'clock now. So, um, hey to everyone in the chat and to everyone in the on the panel. Good morning, Dave. How are you?
Good morning, sister.
This
Good afternoon,
is
Sister Chantal.
Hey, Uncle. How you doing? Um,
I'm
this
doing
is
well.
good. This is. I knew when I first, I think it's over a week ago, I saw this on somebody's channel. I can't remember who it was. And with this Tunisia, whatever. Um, and I remember showing it to my mum and I said, it's over now. It's over. They're going to start. I, I looked at him and I just said, this is Esau feeling threatened. He knows he's not supposed to be in that land. He knows that. And he's feeling, because when they saw the it's so funny because when they had that conference and they had all those black faces in that conference and they turned around and said to the Israeli minister, yeah, get out, this is for Africans. I kind of believe from that point that was when lighter, whiter, not so brighter skinned people decided to wake up and realize. I think that's when they started to pay attention. And when we don't know what was going on in that meeting, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody started bringing out some evidence and some truth about who really belongs in where. And if that being the case, it because that happened, and now we're seeing this.
Yeah,
Something
the backlash, the blowback.
yes, something was said. There's gonna be. For my part, I'm hoping it was what's his face, Malema, who turned around and said something. If he was
Yeah, I
there,
mean, truthfully speaking, they're they're Japhetic in nature. Those aren't really your Hamitic types. Because why? Look at where they're at, relatively speaking, to the Mediterranean.
mm,
That's their beachhead. That's their landing party. Think about this. Kevin Hart said Egyptians were black, and guess what? That had an uproar when literally over 90% of the Egyptian population is black. Who had the most uproars? The white folks. Because why?
exactly.
Because they are the ones that's always seen and always heard.
And if you're
When
getting so
and I
upset
know
about
this.
that,
I know this. Why? Because I've been to Cairo. I've been to Alexandria
you have to
at
wonder
least
why they're
six
getting
times.
so upset.
Hmm.
If you know your position and you're happy in your position, why are you getting upset? Because like you said, if the demographic is that it's the majority is black, but obviously because they show their faces, why are you getting so upset if in fact it's the truth? Because if you were the original people, then shouldn't the demographic be completely different? And if that being the case, then there's something wrong with your breeding practices,
You
quite
know what?
frankly.
You know what? If you've actually took a look at what's happening, those are all of the violence is done in the city. So I wouldn't be surprised if, especially Tunisia, if it's just localized to Tripoli,
Mm.
right, and some other their larger metropolitan areas. But I think all I can come out are Tunis and Tripoli. I believe are their two major metropolitan um, centers. Tunisia isn't a very big country at all. It's probably like probably smaller than Florida. So think about that. Think about that. That's just the folks that's in the major or those urban areas there. They don't like to tell you the folks that don't reside in the urban areas. They don't like to tell you about the actual black folks that don't live in the country or in
Mm.
the city, that live in the country. The others that aren't on TV. They don't like to tell you that. And again, those folks are going to say, "Well, you want to know what? That doesn't really apply to us because we've been out here for thousands of years. We've been left to our alone for thousands of years." No, now you have to understand right before anything major happens where the Most High breaks his people out, there's always a major uproar between us and them. And then guess what happens? Then they sit their behinds down for a little bit and they contemplate why it was that they got spanked. Then they realize, oh, they serve an Elohim that's a living one. And then after their delusional practices, they try to come back after a couple hundred years saying, well, we have a Elohim just as strong as us.
Mm.
Why do you think they put that whole, the one Abrahamic religion
Mm.
in Dubai? For this, they're setting the stage because guess what? They're about to lose in a big way. And it's about to be broadcast in a major way. And they're really mad. Just like what you
Can,
said, Sister Chantel.
can I say something? It's
Yeah.
it- it's to what you said about where people are living, the population, and the interesting thing is that you find that in these communities, it's the darker skinned people who are living, like you said, in the rural areas.
Yep.
What's interesting about that is that you always find that the people that don't really belong are always the ones in the city. The
Hmm.
ones who have ties to the land are always going to be where on the outskirts. They're going to, because they know the land. They can exist on the harshest parts of the land because they know the land. They're tied. They own that part of the land and they can show evidence of, well, my family goes back way centuries and centuries,
Hmm.
thousands of years. We've had this land. So it's like it's interesting. This is one of the reasons why they never like to show you outside of the cities, regardless of whether or not the faces become, darker or lighter. It's just you get a feel for who really belongs there. You see, because like the ones who are tied to the land, they're the ones who are producing the food that feed the bellies of the ones who are in the city who really don't belong there. So
Absolutely.
that's what I find very interesting as well.
Absolutely. Brother Dave.
Good morning, family.
Good morning.
Hey, listen, I saw this, I think, the other day on Tunacheki.
Hmm.
And actually, I just went on the website and they actually took me off of there. So I had to resubscribe on my notepad. I'm like, dude, I know I subscribed to this.
Hmm.
So, and I seen that and I was like, okay. And I thought about the African conference that they had when they kicked the Israelis out. I'm like, man, this thing is really going down. I said, when they were in that conference, they were in there blowing up their balls so that when they would come back out again, they said, listen, we going after everybody now. So then you got the DR Congo president
Hmm.
out there checking the Macron.
Yep.
And I was like, yo, this is going down. This is happening. I'm like, all right. I'm like, I'm sitting there. I'm sitting there in my house and I'm doing the mummer strut. I'm like, man, okay, this is really happening, and we ain't got much time left. So I'm like, man, I'm ready. I'm ready to
Well,
go.
look, I'm not trying to say I'm validating our timeline for departure. Okay,
Right.
I'm just saying when people are like, "When's this exodus starting?" That's what I said. This exodus is starting
Mm-hmm.
pretty soon, and it's probably already started. It's probably already here, but now you can see the mechanisms. So times that then by a million.
Right.
See those people getting off the plane. Now look at those people having a little bit of a fairer hue to being a little bit darker. Because our people, we come in all complexions.
Right.
And imagine that coming off the plane. Imagine seeing us coming off the plane with our bags in our hands. Can do you see the imagery there?
Yep.
That's what I'm trying to explain to folks.
Right.
It's powerful.
That's the imagery, and people want to set up like, no, the Most High will never do that. Are you kidding? That's exactly what he's gonna get ready to do, and you're seeing it right there. You're gonna be walking your behind down that taxiing, that land strip, that right there on the strip, right there, going to that little bus that's gonna transport you, and all you're gonna see are news crews and people shaking their hands, like yeah, y'all made it.
Right.
Shout out
Paris,
to yeah.
do you, do you
I want to do a few shout outs real quick, and I'll turn it over to you, Sister Chantel. But shout out to Brother Al, because he was saying this yesterday, and I was like, I don't know if the Exodus is gonna be televised. I didn't say anything because you wanna know why? Most I had me hold my tongue so I didn't embarrass myself. And
After your sister Chantel are coming again.
And guess what? Yes, the Exodus is actually being televised. And so I said, thank you, Father, that you had me hold my tongue on that one. And shout out to Essential Growth. She made it into the chat. I shouted her out earlier this morning, and so uh, do I need to ramp up production of the anti-captivity spray? That's all I need to know.
yes, you do.
Yep.
Yes, you do.
That's a definite plus. But I seen that this morning. I couldn't stop laughing. I'm like, how the hell did he do that?
Oh, that was that. Yeah, I want to shout out that graphic to Essential Growth. I don't know if it's a brother or sister. Essential Growth. So they hooked me up with that graphic. Hallelujah. All right, Sister Chantel and Brother Asaph.
I just wanted to say, do you remember when the 1948ers were televising their thing, and they were begging for money? Please send this amount of money. If you send this amount of money, you can allow a family of 3 to be relocated in their promised land. Send that money today. I'm like, like they tried to make it into this big thing, and they did to a certain extent. But can you imagine ours? This is going to be so. I don't think we're quite prepared and ready for how big this is going to be.
Right.
It's going to be huge. We're not prepared for that. I really don't believe any of us are prepared for it. And I kind of feel like the angels are like, Father, it's time. Is it time? Is it time? And he's like, come on, man, settle down. It's coming. And they're just anxious and they can't wait. And they're like, oh, they're not even going to realize how big it is. It's going to be so wonderful. And it's like, we're just like, yeah, it's going to be like this. And they're like, God, it's not even going to be like that. It's going to be so much bigger,
Right.
So I'm so excited when I saw all of that. When I see these people saying what they're saying, when I see the Tunisian prime minister saying what he's saying, when I see the blinking idiot saying what he's saying, when I see whoever, I get so excited. I'm like, yes, please keep that energy. Keep telling us. Keep saying this, that, and the other. Keep that energy, because the more you keep doing that, the more you keep trying to push your agendas on our homeland, the more you keep trying to bury us, to grind us down. This is not yesterday. The more you do that, the harder it's going to come for you. So keep doing that, because you don't know who you're messing with. You don't know our Abaya. You don't know him. You don't know him. And I'm so proud and I'm so pleased with the continent. I know we got issues. I know we're still fragmented and we're still, scrapping and everything. And that's family. That's how family is. But you know what? When it comes time for it, when Abaya puts his foot down, he says, when he starts coming and he's saying, look, everything needs to be in order. My house is a house of order. When he puts his foot down, ain't nobody going to be able to say, we will just be like, yes, Papa, yes, Abba, yes, Daddy. We're going to literally stand in line and present. And anybody that tries to come against us, I'm sorry for them. That's all I'm saying.
Brother Asaph.
You see, we've got to put what's happening in Tunisia in context. Those people are the remnants of a Roman garrison and also invaders from the Umayyad Caliphate and Greeks that are there. They're
Yes,
not
they are.
indigenous.
They,
Yeah, they're not.
they are literally Ottoman,
Yeah.
Ottomani and Ottoman Empire. Those are
That's
three.
right, and Turkish. So
Yes.
they're not indigenous to that land. And what they've done by positioning themselves against the other 53 African countries is that they've painted themselves into a corner. Because when Zion comes together as one family, they're going to have to leave anyway, because they're going to find themselves isolated. Just that alone will cause them to leave. And the other point that I'd like to make as well is that no one ever thought that we would be talking as a family in the United States, in Europe, in Africa, in South America, wherever we are, with one voice. And the problem is that when they come to us and they say, show us your leader, or who's the leader of this movement, they can't find the leader, because the leader's Yahushua HaMashiach. And the time has come now for us to go home.
Hallelujah.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't killing our Messiah. Not again, Rome. Not
Yeah,
again.
it's a done deal.
Rome killed our Messiah, and then Rome killed us. Isn't that crazy?
But they're not looking at
As a
the
people.
signs either. Their eschatology and their doctrine has big holes in it, because now that we're able to read and the Most High has been teaching us His Word, we've been finding faults everywhere within everything that they teach. And
Yes.
most of the people that are still in are people still in evangelical Christianity are still blind to it, because they've got a strong foothold in the system and they hope for better days. One of them is my wife, who thinks that things is going to get better, and Cesare Borgia is going to turn things around, but it's gone too far now. I don't see it coming back.
Yep, absolutely.
And maybe they'll kick all them Tunisians out of there and bring us back there. I don't know.
Well, I look at it as, when you look at Jasher, right? And Jasher was always saying that, they would come on over and invade, right? But this was the longest standing type of invasion that they had, right? When you've invaded the land, if you listened even to what the commentator was saying, that this was originally named Ophir, Afri, Ophir. Do we not see that in the Bible?
Right.
Do we not see that in the
Yes.
Word?
Yes,
Right.
we do.
So now, look, now we understand prophetically where we're at, because a lot of things were not going to be revealed to us. Remember, they had us try to think that Ophir was like somewhere in the South Pacific.
Wasn't it at some point in, was it Thailand or something, or the Philippines or somewhere like that?
It
They were
was in
trying
the
to say
Philippines. Yes,
that's
they
it.
were trying to say, oh, there's in the
Idiots.
Philippines. No, man, they had us chasing everything everywhere else
I
except for the
didn't.
continent.
I kept
Well,
my eyes
and you're
squarely on Africa. Mm-mm.
in Eurocentric Christianity. Let me tell you, my eyes were looking all googly eyed. My eyes look like a chameleon. Oh, look, prophecy's over there. I'm pointing in two
Chameleons, their
directions.
eyes don't.
It's right
They're
there.
literally different directions at the same time.
I'm pointing in different directions. Eyes all cross-eyed, cockeyed, all messed up, looking like I
But
need
let me ask you something, brother.
What's
Let
going
me
on,
ask you
Michael Ray?
something.
I'll
All
say,
right. Let me
yeah.
ask in the scriptures that it says that it was showing that everybody would go back to their own land.
Yep.
So you know what I'm
Yep.
saying? I'm trying to really truly, is it visualize how that may happen? Because I'm looking at, I went to Morocco and things of that nature, but I'm just looking at northern and some parts of South Africa. There's one community in South Africa where they call themselves just state in the land that blacks are not invited there. Period. They have the sign up, and I was
Oh
like,
yeah, it's called Orania. Yeah, we all know about that Orania.
and that's so boldly arrogant to me.
But you have to
It's boldly
remember, see,
arrogant.
they're not realizing what's collapsing in front of them right now. They're not realizing the collapse is on in the European continent. The collapse is literally on. We just had folks saying, "Look, they're messing with Kiev right now. Why are they doing that? They're about to strike. You got to strike while the iron is hot. You don't strike when it's like, oh well, you know what? I'm gonna wait on these Americans and I'll wait for them to show up and you know."
Exactly. You don't wait. You just
You don't
do.
do that. You don't do that. It's a first strike option. These folks have already had everything surrounded. Because why? Y'all don't even realize how empty these places are in Europe. You're thinking that these fields and everything else are so like densely populated. There ain't no dense population there. All they're trying to do is
Europe
they're just
has
trying
been declining. It's been
to
declining for a
exactly,
long time.
exactly. All they're trying to do is they're just trying to go in there, do urban warfare, making sure that everything is cleared on out. And then they're rolling in with the heavy hitters. Right? You don't want to have any stragglers behind doing any type of insurgent operations. You don't want them digging in their holes and being doing whack-a-mole on your backside. That wasn't going to happen. That's why it took so long. That's why it took about the 3-4 weeks. Because why? Because it's a tunnel system. These folks are in tunnels. These folks are in caves. Literally.
Say that again. Say that one more time. They were where?
It's a tunnel system. It's a tunnel. Look, and they know where to pop on out. They know where to do the whack-a-mole.
They went.
And that's
They literally went back to what was comfortable to them.
jungle terrain. They do mole terrain. They do cave terrain operation. And that's and I'm not lying. That's exactly what it was. That was all the places that they had in Zaporizhia and all the other areas that's there
It was so
because they
good
can
just a
they
week
can.
ago.
What's that? Was that? Oh yeah, go ahead. I'm second because I'll keep talking. Go ahead. I'm second.
I'm sorry, brother. I was just sitting here thinking about that song. It was all good just a week ago. But yeah, but it's man, just looking at that video, I seen it the other day, what's going on in Tunisia. And man, just seeing those our brothers and sisters getting off those planes. Me and my wife already be talking about it.
You broke up a little bit.
And
Back,
give
you broke up
dates.
a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
People
go ahead. Go
don't
ahead.
like to give dates. People don't want to give dates or whatever. Me and my wife, we discuss it all the time. We said before 23 is out, then we'll be leaving here. You know, it's just
Message.
if you're looking, Yes, man. I was in the comments the other day, and I typed that in, brother. I typed in that the Exodus will be televised. I typed it in. You know, you don't know what you be saying, but you know things be running through your head.
Right.
Man, it's going down, family. It's going down. By the way, good morning, Hebrews. Glory to
Good
God.
morning, brother.
Good morning, brother.
Good morning.
Awesome,
Good morning.
awesome things, man. I just wanted to say that I'm dip back out and listen to y'all.
How did Don P say it the other day? It's going down like a dress on prom night. Prom night. I'm tired.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. I don't know what type of drinks he be having on that plane, but I mean, you know, them drinks in first class be catching up to him in those conversations. You know what I'm saying? He said, "I got man, I've been doing some business trips. You know what I'm saying? I get off the plane a little wonky."
It's just like nothing they do is working anymore. You know, it's like Adidas when they went after Kanye, it ruined them. We've never been on the same page since the 1960s. And also, the SPL has had one of their lawyers arrested for terrorism as well.
Mm.
I don't know
Ev-
if you guys heard that over in the United States there.
You don't hear nothing in the United States. You know, we're a captive audience.
Yeah,
We
one
hear
of the
nothing.
SPL lawyers has been arrested on terrorism charges.
Mm.
So it's all falling apart now. So the public relations and the firewalls that they have is just collapsing left, right, and center.
Yeah, see, we don't have that because I'm going to tell you, we have been heavily censored for a good reason. Now, the thing is that we know that these things are happening, but we aren't going to really be, you know, privy to that here in the U.S. You see, you get what I'm saying? So now it's nice to have that international reporting that gives the clarity because, yeah, absolutely. Everything that they try to place on us as, well, you all are this, you all are that. All we say is, look, it's so easy. Man, we just got to keep walking. Isn't that an awesome thing that our heavenly Father just says, just keep walking. Don't worry about any distractions. Because what? All the distractions, guess what they do? They fall by the wayside and they burn up and get blown away like the chaff.
Right.
Mm.
And that's what happens. Look, there's no debating this. I want to debate you on Christianity. And I
It's
said,
so
no, I don't need it.
pathetic.
I don't need a debate on this because why? Because they don't even want to turn around and talk about Lalabella. They can't even say anything about the old Jerusalem. They can't say it. Oh, you mean they're in Ethiopia in the Tigray highlands? Where who is there in the Tigray causing the issue?
Right.
Come on, family.
Hmm.
You
They can't
gotta
even debate us on doctrine either, because what they've done is that they took the Feast of Weeks, which is in Exodus 34:22 and Leviticus 23:18, and say that it's about babbling when you get to Acts chapter 2, when in verse 2 and verse when in chapter 2 and verse 6 of Acts chapter 2 it says they were speaking coherent languages. And if you
Mm.
known language in First Corinthians 14:27, you must have an interpreter. And their prophets, both women and both the ladies have their head uncovered, which First Corinthians 11:5 and 6 said you shouldn't do when you prophesy. So they're in very, very serious problems. You know, a basic knowledge of the scriptures just tears them left and right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, they don't have a basic knowledge of the scriptures. That's the point.
Or the eschatology too.
What eschatology?
They they don't know it.
They don't have it.
Right.
Well, because
It's
you got to
it's just vain
remember
babblings.
everything there. When we talk about Eurocentric, I mean it is Eurocentric.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they don't look, they can't even identify with the scriptures. So let alone how do they make sense of it? And now all these things are happening. They can't make sense of it.
Well, that's
It's
why you have so
literally
many
right before their eyes.
denominations.
Hmm. Oh yeah. But now, right before their eyes, now they're seeing. Look, we're seeing this thing happen. What can they do? All they can do is just look and just be like, "I wish it's not happening. I wish,
Right.
I wish, I wish. Please let it not happen. Please." If you get what I'm saying, all they can do is say, "Well, you want to know what? I'm going to have salvation because I'm going to be saved under Jesus Christ." Or in their minds, Cesar Borgia.
Definitely.
and
And
it's funny, but it's not funny because that's their delusion. You better have, and folks know what I'm talking about. You understand, folks. You better have Christ in these last days. If you don't know Jesus, nah, it's all over for you.
Who
I'm
is
gonna say
Jesus?
this. They're gonna say this. It's already all over for them right now.
Mm-hmm.
And consequently, literally, it's been over for them. That you have
see,
these folks that have died for centuries and they've died believing in image. Man, what does that look like? That is their hell. Oh man, I was serving a black person this whole time. Oh, that's hell for me.
you see, what they done is that they took out books like Maccabees in First Maccabees 4:38. It says that they would insert their own images in the book, and they said
Mm.
that,
Hmm.
that's not canon. When we have Second Thessalonians 2:4, and also Romans 1:23, that says that a man would make himself into an Elohim, and that they change
Yep.
the image of the Most High, but they don't
Yep.
teach, they don't show you things in the Bible. But now, I used to read these things for years and not understand what they mean until I woke.
Mm-hmm.
So
Didn't
they're
make any
finding us in
sense.
trouble now because we're better at them than the scriptures, and the Most High has woken us up. And in fact, when I woke up, it gave me the proclivity for remembering scriptures left, right, and center. And when I talk
Mhm.
to a lot of these educated seminary guys, whether they be Gentile or whether they be our people, they find themselves in a juxtaposition when we talk about eschatology, because whether it's post trib or pre trib or mid trib rapture, they should have been gone already.
Right.
That's how I see it. And they're still here. So they've got some explaining to do. And I don't see the urban apologists coming out and running their mouth anymore.
They're quiet.
No, they can't because they
Ah,
can't say anything. They've literally lost all grounds and they've lost all accountability that they're having issues.
they must have known this day was going to come.
Of course.
I think the hardest part about it is that they're now realizing that all this time they've been holding an Acme Dynamite kit with a long fuse, and that fuse is getting short.
oh, have mercy. It's
As well as the Acme degrees in theology.
Right.
Brother Oral coming to the stage. Brother Oral. All I'm thinking is you're just thinking, I gotta get down 429 to 417 so I can make it to Orlando International. That's all I know. You're like, I gotta make it to the interstate so I can get to Orlando
We're gonna
International.
call him. We're gonna call him Knight Rider.
Come on, Dave. Come on, Dave. Don't be like that. Good
He's
day,
gonna be that
family. Good
person for
day. Sister Chantel, Brother Asaph,
hey,
Michael,
brother
the
Oral.
family.
Hey, how you doing, brother?
You be you here too?
Mm,
I,
no,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
think so.
She may be
Oh.
snowed in. Somebody better find out what she's on that.
Yeah, but it's funny that we're speaking about this because here's the crazy thing, folks. I had this interesting dream last night. I had a dream that I was in a church or some kind of building. A lot of Caucasians there, and so I left a piece of paper, and it's kind of like I was trying to get out of the church. Well, actually, someone took my seat, so I went back there kind of annoyed to get my paper. And check this out, folks. Dan Aykroyd was sitting in my seat, and so he was acting as if I was bothering him because I was trying to get my stuff to get out of there. And so I got the paper, and then he was like, "Just hurry up and move out the way." And I said, "You know what? It's okay. Your time is coming." And that's what the dream was about. So I just find that very interesting that we're talking about this now. Very interesting.
Did
Was that
it,
was that
did it,
Coneheads?
did it, did it.
Was that Coneheads, Dan Aykroyd, or was that Trading Spaces or Trading
No, it was
Places? Dan
it was
Aykroyd?
older heavy set Dan Aykroyd. Just
Do you know what I
we're
Or
find
was it
fascinating now?
Ghostbusters?
you know
Oh, it was all a dream. I had a horrible dream. There was this Negro who
I didn't even think. The funny thing, I didn't even think about that. The fact that I had a dream about him of all people. That is rather interesting.
oh, I had
What
to
I
throw that
find
one in there. That
interesting
was
is that these people now who had all this mouth to say what they wanted to say back in the day, now they're old and frail and they can see everything crumbling. It's like it's so beautiful. It really is. It's like you lot getting your comeuppance now. You
Exactly.
bitter in Biden is about to. Oh gosh, I really hope the Russians or the Chinese find this man. I
But
really
guys,
hope.
but have you seen what's going on in Thailand and China and even in North Korea? Have you guys heard about all the different things going on over there?
Fill us in.
bring us to the speed.
Okay, well,
Do tell, dish.
North Korea is getting ready to have a really big nuclear exercise because of the Americans wanting to have their exercise like over in that region of the world. In addition to that, China have done set up like all these different camps right right across from Taiwan. I'm sorry, and it's like they're getting ready for war. Also, the Chinese actually have this app where they're giving to all their citizens that's gonna like alert them of any kind of like nuclear strike, or anytime the missiles get in the air, they're gonna be alerted. But one of the problems that people are saying is, well, that may cause a lot of chaos because if people look on their phone and they see that it's a nuclear missile inbound, it's gonna cause panic and chaos there. So people are saying, that may not be such a great idea to actually give everybody an app that's going to know about and tell you about new incoming nukes. So it's a lot going on that region. So United States of America is going to be fighting wars on a whole bunch of different fronts all at one time. And then the other thing about the Middle East or the unreal Israel is that the president was actually trying to change the laws and pretty much make a dictatorship, and all the pilots have actually gone on strike. That's also going down as well. So it's a lot going on. So
Or the what? Sorry, what did you say? The pilots?
the pilots in Israel, they're actually going on strike and they're refusing to actually take part in this like big exercise that was supposed to like set them up for attacking Iraq, not Iraq,
Yeah,
Iran.
yeah. I saw that. Yeah, they didn't want to provoke them and have that provocation. And let me just be honest with y'all. The reason that they don't want to do that is because they know that they don't have that support that they once had in the past from the U.S. Nor do they have
Because
that
they're
support
spread
they once
thin.
had in the past.
U.S. is spread too
Exactly.
thin.
Yeah, and they don't have that support that they once had from Europe because now they have it's another existential issue on their hands, right? Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's like this. If Israel strikes me, I'm going to strike you. I don't care about Israel. I'm going to strike you, US. What are you going
Mm.
to do? So now you got to understand why. Because they're in striking distance. Why? Because we don't know what type of equipment, what type of weapons that was given to them by Russia.
Mm,
Because why? They're in our backyard. Literally, they're in the backyard.
exactly.
Brother Oral, you and I are in range. Do you get
Yeah.
what I'm telling you?
Yeah, yeah.
So let them strike
I'm just,
somewhere. Oh, they're gonna be hitting. They're
yeah,
gonna be hitting zip codes of where those folks are at. They're gonna be hitting their zip codes. Oh yeah, we're gonna get you
yeah.
right here. We're gonna get you right there. Yeah, they're gonna hit them right in their subdivisions. You know what I'm saying? And you don't think that that's not gonna happen? Oh, that's gonna happen. That is certainly true.
I mean,
If
So
you
what?
if you are a student of history and you look at the fall of the Greek Empire and the Roman Empire, and especially the Roman Empire, when they had their military overextended
Mm,
and they had quantitative easing by reducing the amount of silver that they had in their coinage, we're in the same period right now. It's a mirror
exactly.
image of the fall of Rome we're looking at.
Not to mention the filth, the sexual promiscuity and everything. Their promiscuous ways. Because they had all of that as well. Everything um, that kind of contributed to the fall of Rome. The fact that their military was overextended. The quantitative easing. Um, Also, what is it? What is it called again? Where they had the gladiators. What was it? Bread and what's it called? I can't remember what it was called. But where they would literally get the population kind of looking over in the other direction, not paying attention to the fact that the barbarians were literally at the door or at the
You
gate.
talking about like the Colosseum games to
Yes,
distract
yes.
the people?
Yes,
Yep.
that's what all these streaming platforms are for. Also, when they mess up your shows and everything, they're injecting all these kind of the alphabet gang into these shows. They know that people don't like it, but what does it do? It distracts people from what's going on. So people get riled up about, oh, we can't stand Ray. What have you done with Star Wars and blah blah this that and the other and Star Trek's rubbish and so everybody is kind of angry about that, but they're not angry at the things that are really important. They're angry about all these agendas, but they don't actually see what's going on. So when it hits them, that's why it says suddenly. That's why the scriptures always says it's sudden destruction because for us, it's not going to be sudden destruction. We've been seeing this coming. Most of us have been seeing this coming for about probably 20 years before we actually woke up, right? We knew this was coming, right? And in the last 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, the last 6 months, we've known this was coming, right? So we're not going to be shocked, but everyone else, it's going to be the biggest shock of their life. Like, oh my gosh, if you thought, I mean, look at how the world was shocked when 9/11 happened. Do you
And
understand what I'm
black people
saying?
were their best friends.
Oh gosh, yes. But
Best
can you
friends.
imagine how it's going to be when and I really do believe like they're going to leave these little states like Israel. They're not going to trouble Israel. They're not going to trouble Ukraine anymore. They're not going to do nothing to all these other. They're just going to hit America. And when that happens, everybody's going to be like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. It's what happens when you confront the pack leader. What happens to the rest of the wolves? They scarper.
They run away.
Exactly. There's no cohesion. It's over, and that's what's going to happen.
I think that I think
America,
I seriously believe that these so-called leaders or religious leaders also, I feel or think that they're just like dumbing down. It seems like even if they can have the scriptures right in front of them, and they will not understand it. And that's the feel that I get, is that with the arrogance that we're seeing. I mean, this guy in Tunisia, sending blacks back, Africans back to their own country and everything. And so it's the arrogance. It's something that they have that they don't have, and I think they're scared.
I'm not even sure because something so that might be me. I might have lost reception.
What did he say? He went into the light speed again, huh?
Yep, that's exactly where he went to.
He's in hyperspace.
He's in hot pursuit.
Tunisia has internal problems. It's got economic
he's
problems.
gone.
It's got political problems, and the president has actually abolished the democratic system. So in order to, there's one thing that can gel your fact together, and that's hate for Hebrew. And once that topic is raised, then it gels them together. But when the Hebrews are gone, what is he going to do? That's a question I'd like to sit down and ask him.
Oh, they're always going to fight amongst each other because that's what they're destined for. You said
there's resources. Because when Africa's off the table, then everybody's going to be scrambling for, I want what you've got. No, give me some of that. No, well, share. No, I need to feed my own people. Well, that's not fair. Remember when I did you a favor? Oh, I don't care about that. We're all in it together. No, we're not. You've got more than me. Give me. That's how it's going to be. That's how it's going to be. Everybody's going to be fighting and clawing at each other because they're going to understand we can't touch Africa. And here's the thing. I don't know if there's not going to be some attempt where some, because I can't see, and it talks about how the dragon tries to chase after the woman, because I don't see how when we go back that they're automatically going to just be like, let's leave Africa alone. It's not in their nature. Something drastic has to happen.
They have a habit of taking.
It's going to be something divine that's going to stop them from actually wanting to do that.
Yeah. And then after that, when that happens, then they understand, okay, we can't touch. And then there'll be that moment of peace. It could be something like 800 years. We know that we're going to be in the land we know that there's going to be 1,000-year period, but I think it's going to be, the Most High said, give unto her double. So it could be 800 years before they start trying again. And that's after, like, you've had so many generations have lived, born, lived, and died. And then they don't know. These are all just fairy tale stories, like, oh, who was alive to verify that this happened. So, and that's when the war scrolls, and they try, that evil thought comes into their mind again, But I feel that they're going to try and do something when we leave, because they understand that if they go in, if the gates to Africa is closed on us, we're done. So I can't imagine knowing them, and we all know them, we live amongst them, we know them. Knowing them as we do we really seriously believe that these people are going to say, bon voyage, hope you enjoy yourselves in your new land, back in your home. Have a good life. No, that's not them. That certainly ain't them.
Well, they came after us in the first Exodus, so why is they wouldn't come after us in the second Exodus?
Well, that's where I see it.
Sister Charmin, shalom.
Shalom, family.
Shalom.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
Good morning.
Oh my gosh, I am so excited. I am so excited. So I know we're leaving, and I'm gonna just tell y'all briefly a terrible scenario that happened to me yesterday. And yes, family, I'm driving again because I'm on my way to work. I'm gonna tell you, I've been sick like Brother Teo, and I got well, and then I got sick again, and I tried to avoid the doctors, but I went to the doctors yesterday, y'all, and I know that I had my fringes on, and I went inside of the doctors, and I'm sitting there, and I'm telling her my sickness, and she's like, "Well, you're gonna have to take one of those tests." I've never had one of those tests, and I said, "Well, I don't feel comfortable taking this test. I had a literal fight that emotionally scarred me yesterday with my doctor. I honestly thought that I was going to have to shoot my way out of my doctor's office. I thought they were going to force it on me. I know these people are scared." And she told me that you have to take it. And not only do you have to take it, if you don't take it, you're going to have to take counseling. I said, "Well, ma'am, I guess I'll take the counseling because I'm just not going to take it." But I'm going to tell you, it left me emotionally scarred just yesterday. Um, just yesterday, the lengths that these people are willing to go in order to dominate our people are outrageous. It was so frightening yesterday, sitting in there wondering, how am I going to get out this office? But I carry, and I was, I don't want to implicate myself, but it was terrible. So I know that our exodus is here on the horizon. I'm glad that the African nations, and I listen to a lot of TikToks where the African people want us back and they want unity with us. And I'm just grateful that it's almost time to go. I want to leave this heathenistic land, period.
Yeah,
I feel you.
you're
Mr. Shawnee,
100%
can I
right.
share with you my experience? In late 2021, I was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And while I was speaking to the doctors, they were talking to me about the lollipop more than my case, or more than when my operation was going to be,
Right.
which means that the lollipop is more of a priority to them than whatever medical condition that you have. And you're just going to have to stand your ground. My operation was
Yes.
cancelled because of that, and I had to wait for a doctor that I didn't even know from Asia to operate on me, and thank the Most High that I came through it. But stand firm, people. Don't let them do what they want to do to you.
That's right. Stand, brothers. Akayo, stand, because I mean, this lady wanted to know. This is one of the questions she asked me, because I told her I'm an Israelite, and I know it sounded crazy to her. I said, "Ma'am, I'm an Israelite, and I stand on Levitical law." And I said, "My body is the temple of the Most High." This is what I actually told her, and she was looking at me crazy. And she goes, "Well, have you been in your faith? Did you ever take the flu? What is it? The flu swab?" I said, "I sure did." She goes, "What
Flu shot.
what makes it different now?" Well, not the flu shot, the flu swab, to find out if you had
Oh, okay.
because she wanted,
Gotcha.
yeah, she was trying to get me to, she goes, "Oh no, you don't have to let us swab you. You can swab yourself." I said, "Yeah, I don't want it in me." She goes, "Well, you can do a throat swab." I said,
She
"Really?"
sounds
I
like
said, "I
a
don't want that
demon.
either." Yes, yes, you don't know, y'all. It was the most. I cried. I actually, and I don't cry a lot, but it it shook me up so bad when I got home. I mean, it just shook me up because I didn't know if I was going to be able to leave that doctor's office, but I carry. So I was contemplating in my mind, what am I going to have to do in order to get out of this woman's office, because all I had was a sinus infection. I had what Teo and everybody else, Brandy, had. So I had that throwing up. I had that thing. I went to another doctor in an emergency clinic, so they gave me the steroid, so I got over it. But because it didn't treat what I really had, um, it came back. So what I needed was something for my sinus infection. I'm telling you, the struggle is real, and that's why I avoid those places. But I prayed and asked the Most High to go with me, and that I knew that I could never be healed unless He heals me. It doesn't matter if you go to the doctor, unless the Most High is in it, you're just not going to be healed. So I'm just telling you, family, be careful out there, because these demons are really, really, really after us.
Sis, some of these doctors act straight up like demons. And then I think to myself, sometimes you just think, nah, you can't be really that demonic. But then they are, because when you look at their, what's it called? Oh, what's the god that they worship, that the Greek god of medicine? I've forgotten what his name is. I've just gone clean blank. But it's like when you
I'm not sure.
Hermes.
That's it, Hermes. All these things
Okay.
are tied to these entities. And when the fact that they keep pushing, and more so for Hebrews, more so for Israelites, they push this furiously. And it's like, they use so much, first of all, they start off subtle. And then when they realize, oh, you're not gonna, then they really start putting the, oh, well, this could be like this. If you don't take this, then you might die. And then they start getting really aggressive. And it's like,
Oh
what
my gosh, she was
demons are
aggressive.
you channeling? To be that aggressive, you then start to realize you really are tied to these entities, because the whole thing, you believe that these doctors are here to help you and to make sure that you're healthy and happy, but that's not really okay, so whatever their god or their entity asks them to do, this is all witchcraft. The pharmakeia, everything, it's all witchcraft, and it's all connected. So when their entities are asking or telling them, you need to do this, they will do it. We need to understand that these people are witches and warlocks. They don't have the hats and the big hook nose with maybe some of them with the bump on the end and everything. They don't have that. They're not flying around in with a cape and a broom, at least not to our knowledge. But they're just average, ordinary people.
No,
And
we
this is
don't know
exactly
what
what I
they're
told
doing
my
behind the
kids.
scenes.
But the thing that I find very interesting is, like, anytime you go, like, especially around 2021, when you go to a doctor, just a routine checkup, the questions they would ask, do you have the coronavirus shot? Would you like to have
Lollipop.
Yeah.
When your routine checkup
Thanks, for shutting
feels
me
like
down. Cue the
it's kind of like your routine checkups has become, it's like going to the garage. It's like
Right.
taking your car to the garage. You go in there knowing what you want, and they're trying to thrust everything else on you.
Because they
Or
get
a car
financial
dealership.
incentives. They get financial incentives for giving you
Exactly.
the lollipop. And not only that, if you fight them, they'll try and 302 you. I've been in a lot of incidences in the hospital where I had to go get administration to come down here and stop this doctor from 302ing people. They are wicked. They are evil. Listen,
Yes, they are.
stay out of these institutions.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. Because she told me that I was a danger to the 80-year-olds. And I'm like, well, I'm not around any 80-year-olds, so I don't know what you're talking about, And then she told me I had to self-quarantine for five days. I said, ma'am, I'm a producer. I work out of my house, but I didn't tell her like the side thing I do. So, I just told her that. But I mean, she was so aggressive, family. She was so aggressive. She goes, what is your problem? The science proves this. The science. I mean, if I could tell you the whole story, it was I have never had a doctor be that aggressive with me ever. And honestly,
it's
I was
always
really
the females.
It was terrible.
No.
Yes, ma'am.
No, it's the males too. I've actually had an incident where I was getting ready to get into a fist fight with a male doctor.
Dave, wait a second, Dave. Hey, now 302, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's like in Florida, it's like Baker Act, where you are on hold for like 72 hours, where they do a mental evaluation.
Correct.
Oh my gosh, she threatened
For
that.
real. Oh my
She
god.
threatened that.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what they'll do to say, well, because all that is they want you comply to die, right?
Right.
But the problem is, man, we some Israelites. We done been through it all. 72 hours. I'm like, that ain't nothing to me. Go ahead. Put me in a straight jacket. As long as you give me 3 hots in a cot, I'm good.
I'll be well rested when I come out.
Yeah, the 302. The 302 is when they hold you against your will for 72 hours.
Well, they did that to a brother over here. They did that to a brother over here.
You just get
Sorry, go
closer
on, Karis.
with the Most High right there. That's all that means. You just take yourself on out there, get closer to the Most High. You better be singing like Paul and Silas. You get what I'm telling you?
I was just saying, they did.
You crazy?
They did that to a brother over here. They did that to a brother over here, and he keeps going up for his review, and they keep trying to force him to take, well, that as well as other medication which he doesn't want to take. He just had one episode. He just got stressed out. They put him here in I think it's Maudsley. They put him in, and he's been in there for over 5 years, I think. They won't let him out.
Wow.
I don't know about that one now. I think I got to go out one of those windows.
Yeah, there has to be something more to the story. Look, y'all don't have no attorneys. Do we need to send Benjamin Crump on over there?
No.
Listen, they will force you against your will to get that shot if they 302 you. They don't care about the repercussions. They will do it. That's why they tell me I'm gonna put you in the hospital. I'm shooting my way out of here. Y'all be putting me in jail.
Well, you have an argument against them when they say, "Well, trust the science," and you say, "Okay, well then here's the science." I would have had articles that are there. I would have came in there with at least, here's 10 articles that's from other European countries that have shown adverse effects, that what it does not do that they claim it does.
Did that.
Right?
I did that. I did that.
I would have that.
They fought me tooth and nail. I did all that. I showed them court cases and everything. They fought me tooth and nail. They are pure demons.
Yes, they are.
And then it's like this. And it's like this. Look, I would just say, look, I refuse the treatment for today. Just send me the bill. Just send me the bill.
No, what you do is you say, look, I got to go to the bathroom, and you sneak out the back door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
You see this guy tip.
You better hold your behind. Like, I gotta take a number 2 so bad, God.
Right. Right.
Just start force yourself to fart.
Yeah, stop doing the pee-pee dance.
Let me tell you, even if you had to have a little bit of some of your dookie in your drawers.
It's a small price to pay for freedom.
Hey, Karis, you're gonna get your own self shut down with all of that,
man. I'm trying to help some people get out
survival tactics, man.
Slavery. That is modern day slavery right there.
I think that with this godship, whether it's political or some doctor, they have a godship about themselves that, hey, the science says this here, and they expect you to believe it. And then you have the politician say, hey, this is the best for you. This is what we're doing for you. But then now, when people start to question everything on a political side or from a physical side dealing with doctors, now they feel you should not be questioning your God. And so now we're questioning. Now the world is questioning their action. Now I believe that there was something on the news about the evidence, the lollipop, and how it got started and who did what. And it's just, it can be overwhelming for some people. And like what you said, I went to the doctor. They tried to do the same thing. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. And when they do pull out a syringe, I mean, in the back of my mind, I hope this thing ain't laced with the lollipop. That's what I'm saying in my mind, because you just don't know, because they are so forceful with it.
And
Right.
And
devious.
I mean, you would think God Almighty came down and said, "Dude," and it's like they got faith in it. Not
Yeah,
saying
they
faith
do.
in a good way either.
Mm-hmm.
Just straight
And
up
the
It's
evil.
crazy thing about it is,
it's
the
sad.
crazy thing about this whole thing is, they talk about it as if they were the scientists that did the research and come up with the conclusions, because they talk about it so adamantly, as if yes, it is safe. Yes, we know. This is proven, and they're getting all the information, second, third, fourth hand information. So this is the
Regurgitation.
Well,
part.
well,
Yeah,
you
that's
want to know
all
what
they
always
do.
happens. That is that Stockholm syndrome. It's actually a mass hysteria effect. That's the same thing that happened in what, pre-World War II, right?
It's like the
And
Big
then
Bang as well.
and then what happened after World War II? Then it was like, oh, well, we went and we actually did mass genocide. Oops, I didn't know that. But the government said. You get what I'm saying? So this is the same type of sociological issues that we
The same
see.
playbook they're running,
E-
basically, is what you're saying,
Exactly.
Karis.
Exactly. So then what 3, 4, 5 years later, oops, I didn't realize that we had done, mass genocide. That never occurred to me because the government said, you know, and then it just, well, we'll just write it on up like that. I guess we're gonna have to do better. And then people are gonna be like, no, you're not. And so what's gonna end up happening? There's always gonna be some sort of a reverberation. Will these now doctors, have their own Nuremberg trials in the future that are still here? And you know what these folks are going to do? They're not going to try and they're not going to try and have any type of accountability. They're gonna self delete themselves. We know that that's around the corner. Oh, well, didn't know. Oops, well, not my fault. When people have been telling them the whole time, because that's what wicked people do. Wicked people don't care. They just want to do wicked. You got to understand what this. we're in a world of wicked people. We're in a nation full of wicked people. They don't care. They want to do wicked because why? Because they're allowed to do so, and they're going to do so until when? Until literally the lights get turned off and they get bombed into oblivion, which is coming because the word said so. And now these ships are parked on outside of their driveway. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the case. Karen
I'm
Wilchers, shalom.
Shalom, family. First, I want to
so
say all praises to the Most High. Then I want to say thank you, Brother Karis, for your channel and for allowing me on. Um, I just wanted to jump in when the sister got on to talk about the doctor. Uh, I say, family, don't go to these doctors at all, period. Unless you have a broken leg, broken bone, don't go. If you can have your children at home, do that. I'm sort of a nutritionist. I brought my blood pressure down basically with garlic and potassium. Okay.
Hmm.
And my doctor, she was more concerned about, I won't even say the virus. We'll just say she was not concerned about my lifestyle or any of my habits that might be raising my blood pressure.
Correct.
Immediately, she just wanted to put me on medication. And
yep.
I'm just not, I've never had a flu shot. I'm just not into, medicine. Like, I don't trust them. Pharmacia. With that being said, I do my research as far as healthy eating habits. And I want to encourage everyone, if you can intermittent fast, it will change a lot of what's going on in your metabolism. It's going to change just a lot of what's happening in your body. If you can do a prolonged fast or an intermittent fast where you can get up to like 18 hours of fasting in, it will change a lot.
I agree.
Yep, she's right.
Oh, yeah. I want to caveat
Right
this.
now, I'm
Hey,
drinking.
look. This
What up?
this show is not geared for any type of medical advice or things of that nature. Please consult your physician. I'm not trying to be seen
Disclaimer.
on up here.
Disclaimer.
Exactly, because y'all done do. I'm trying to run a 26-mile marathon because of Covenant Awakens. I got me some garlic shingles and done ended up in the hospital. You know what that's called? I'm gonna refer you to my insurance. It's called Your Fault. Your Fault
Well, I can.
Insurance.
Well, disclaimer. This is not for everyone, but right now I'm drinking my big, gigantic hot cup of garlic and turmeric hot water in the morning. That's what I do. But that's just me, not for everybody.
All right. Look,
Well,
do
I
what you feel comfortable with. Research what you're gonna do. Come with a plan, and don't just do things off the cuff
all willy
because
nilly.
you heard something.
You
No,
drinking?
no.
You drinking a tall thing of garlic? Did you forget your Darth Vader mask? Because ain't nobody get close to you with that.
No, it's a little bit of garlic and a little bit of cayenne pepper, and lemon.
I mean, by all means, I'm just gonna say, by all means, do your research. You know, by all means, do your own research. I've been like this. I'm almost 50, so I've been doing, I've been doing mine via nutrition for a very long time. So definitely do your research.
Right.
She's right. I actually hopped on to say something in response to what Sister Castillo has said. I actually shared something, and then Sister Castillo popped up, and I wanted to say that I actually caught the C-19 when it first came out, when they were doing the lockdown. And I was the sickest I had ever been in my entire life. And I had pneumonia, thanks to the Navy. I had caught pneumonia. And this was worse than pneumonia. But what I did was I did a straight on water fast, and I prayed heavy. And I recovered in exactly 7 days. I didn't do anything.
Sorry, brother Antonio. I'm gonna cut you off real quick. I'm gonna tell this to okay. This family business talk. I know everybody done came up. They done got sick. Everybody's been sick as a dog. We've been sick as a dog. We got all that, right? Let me tell you what continent has not been sick.
Africa.
Yep.
Let me tell you where them planes were on at. You get what I'm telling you? Look. We're not trying to. We're not. I'm not trying to discredit anybody or demean anyone. But let's. We're being poisoned every day. Come on now.
Hey, before you go, Van's at work, so let her say what she got to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Shalom, family. Shalom.
Shalom, Van P.
Hello. Yeah, my boss is here today. So I just wanted to say, family, just stay strong because, my husband, that's what happened to him. Like before he passed, they was trying to convince him so bad to take the test, and he refused. And they were trying to, like, can you just put it right here by your nose? And my husband was like, no, because then even if I act like I took it, you can just switch up some stuff and say that, oh, you have it, just like they didn't even want to admit him. So he was like, I'm going home. I'm going home. I don't want to take no test. I'm not taking no shot. And he had to die, I'm not saying for people that, that will happen to you, but sometimes you just have to stay strong and do what what's right, because we can't be just, taking this stuff that the world's trying to give us. So,
right.
Right. So he stood because, I'm sorry. I just want to say, because I heard like even people say they don't, when they have to get blood transfusion, that they don't want, the V blood, and they're giving it to them anyway. So
right.
Yeah.
So
they had a couple court cases about that.
Right. And they died.
What is that? What is that again now?
Well, there was a couple court cases about a babies. I think 2 babies that needed blood transfusions for an operation for surgery, and they had people lined up that had regular blood, that they were donors, and the hospital tried to take custody of the baby, and because they didn't want they wanted to give him a different kind of blood. I'm read between the lines. They wanted to give him a different kind of blood. So there was a lawsuit, and it went ridiculous. One baby passed, and I think the other baby, they wind up, but they had to go through court because the hospital tried to take the baby away from him and tried to do the surgery with the unclean blood. So it was a court case about that. They went to court, and the judge said that they would allow the baby to have the parents, because parent had donor blood lined up for the baby. So in order for the baby to have the surgery, these hospitals are wicked. That's why I told them, I said, listen, y'all fire me. I want y'all to fire me. I'm not going to quit, because God's judgment is going to be on your head. I want that judgment to come. I know how wicked these places are.
Yeah.
Man. That's something else. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Well, all right. So let's bring this all back, okay? Because I wanted to make sure we're focusing on the continent, because listen, it's all about a health style or a lifestyle that's a healthy one, and we don't have a healthy lifestyle here.
No,
we have things that we have issues with, because why? They exploit that. You understand that they literally threw out this this cookie right in the midst of our worst physiological conditions since captivity started. Let's face it: obesity, heart disease, cancers,
diabetes.
Diabetes, exactly. So it's like, all right, so we wouldn't get messed up. Oh, we were the prime ones.
But Brother Karras, we have to remember a lot of these things they put in the meat, and us people of color, we love we are such carnivores that we can't do without our meats. And I'm not trying to promote vegetarianism or veganism or anything like that, but it starts with your palate. And a lot of these different chemicals that they have here, they won't allow in other countries. They ban in other countries that they put in meats and all kinds of foods over here.
I absolutely understand that, because let me tell you, when I'm in these other countries and I eat their meat is something different. It tastes different. The texture is different.
Yeah, I mean, because we have even chemicals like glue to glue the meat together, all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, but it even digests different. Like you feel it in your body doing something different, because
it slows down.
Harsh. Exactly. It's not as harsh on your body. And that's what I'm trying to say. Look, we don't even understand the full 360 degrees of what going back into the land is. We just think, it's for the Gentiles, the heathens, to not mess with us anymore. No, it is literally to sustain your life in a dietary manner, in a psychological manner, in a physiological manner.
It's for healing all around.
Exactly. And how can you say, Father, I need you to heal me, I need you to heal me, but everything around you is designed to get you sick?
Right.
And you refuse to change your diet.
Yeah, I mean, you could change your diet, but everything around here is designed to get you sick.
Right.
The water. I will say this though, Brother Karras. And again, I'm not promoting vegan or vegetarianism, but I changed my diets over the years, and I feel the difference, because now when I go running in the morning, I have so much energy. I have a lot more energy. And this week, I will say, is a much different week from last week, because last week I was lethargic. I felt weak. Today I went running. I feel great right now. I feel like my normal self again. So,
but I'm gonna tell you, once you're out of once you are physically out of something, I mean, you're physically removed from something, and you're back on the land. Your body is different. It smells different. It breathes different. It tastes different. Ask these folks that are there in Tanzania. Ask the folks that's there in Ghana. in Senegal. Ask the folks that are there right now, and they're letting you know what it is. That look, they're automatically putting more time on their clock.
Yeah.
Like the moment
Yeah.
they step out that plane, they're putting more time on their clock.
Yeah.
But here we are, man. We're literally asking the Most High to sustain us so we can actually get back before we
Expire.
Exactly. I was gonna say
That's true.
perspire. No, we already sweating up. We already sweating it right now. We don't want to expire.
That's true what you said about going to Africa, getting out of here, and it being good for the body. Because I was stationed in Japan, when I would come home to America, my family would say, "Oh, you look so good. You look so good." And my food, everything changed. I felt slower. I felt groggy after spending a week here in America. I feel my body slowing down, and I would gain weight like crazy. And then I'd go back to Japan a few weeks later, and everyone would be like, "Oh man, you gained weight. What's going on? You look tired and sleepy all the time." It's being here in Babylon. It's bad for you. Just being here is bad.
In the scriptures, when the Messiah said, he was telling the disciples, he gave them warning shots. He said, "Do not be overeating, heavy drinking." And then here we are in Babylon. That's all they serve. You got to have 2 burgers. You got to have 2 fries.
Well, Brother Michael, I
Supersize
can't
it.
have my McKing. I can't have my McKing burger, man.
Yeah.
With the super secret sauce.
You know what I'm saying? And so everything, and then, because I say this because my son, he like, "Dad, I just can't stop eating." I knew what it was. I knew exactly what it was. I didn't come down on my son. I said, "No problem, but we're going to do this a different way." So, I run a business, and I don't have time to come back home and cook. And so we was eating out of the restaurant because I blame myself for this. But I knew about the chemicals that some of these companies was putting in the foods.
Yep.
And then my son, "Dad, I just can't stop." I like, "Mike, don't worry about it. We'll work on it." So I literally had to come back home, start cooking, and work that chemical out his body. So he said, "Dad, I'm able to control it now." I said, "Yeah." I explained it to him. I said, "There's
How old's
chemicals
your
in
son,
this
Mike?
food." My son is 17.
Oh, okay.
17. And so, he...
MSG.
Yep.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I'm looking at all the chemicals that these people put in the foods. And, we are the guinea pigs. I don't care how we look at it. We will always be guinea pigs as long as we are here in the United States. Well, you could be in Africa. They try to go over there and use them as guinea pig also. And it's just sad. It's really, truly sad. But I see that they're scared. They are very, very scared. Who are these people? They kicking people out in Africa. They kicking out Israelis out of the meetings. These people are they developing a confidence. What's going on?
Right.
So they seeing the same thing happening in the United States. They seeing these whether you're a brother on the corner, we near about saying the same thing. We're just going in a different way of saying it. You can have some brothers on the corner saying this and saying that. But when it's all over said and done, the Messiah said, "You are sheep among wolves." And we are.
And I want to say this. What we need to start doing is forward thinking and forward planning. We need to start thinking what we're going to do when we get back to the continent, how we can contribute to developing the continent. And I have plans here. I'm not going to share with you folks right now, but I have plans. And I would suggest that we all kind of start forward thinking and think about what we can do and what we're going to do when we get back there.
Brother, I most definitely agree with you, what you're saying there. I'm trying to take, really truthfully, I would like to get into gardening. Matter of fact, I started another business, rooted in Hebrew. And it's a gardening and spice company. And so we still are still developing it and things, but that's what I'm trying to, I'm talking to brothers
But
And
brother
sisters,
Michael, brother Michael, I could tell you, because I have a cousin there, and farming is a big, gigantic thing there. So that's a good business to get into because he's there right now, and he's telling me that's a good business to get into farming.
and that's what the whole reason why I was talking to Karis about a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, "You mean to tell me we can't take no more than $10,000?" And because I was
Yeah, I remember. I was on the call.
I'm like, man. I mean, it put a dent in my game plan because that's what my whole intent was. I was gonna take the technology and all that stuff with me, both of the companies, but I was really truly niching on the gardening, and the farming.
But you have ways of doing that though, brother Michael, because you could take it piece by piece, but you should start early while you still can.
Yeah, and so I mean, I talked to some brothers here as well as over in Africa, and so we're trying to maneuver a situation where so many trips don't have to be taken. And so, but if it have to, if trips have to be taken, so be it. I mean, I'm looking at the big picture. That's what I'm looking at, the big picture. I mean, once we get to that point where y'all say, get my people up out of there. And just like what you said, you got to think in the you got to do a lot of forward thinking.
Yeah,
and have things set up for your people.
But brother Michael, another thing that you could do is start the process, and then if you have a business, then you can do like a wire transfer over to your business from your business. If you have like a business established in Africa, then you can do like a wire transfer of a large amount of funds.
You got the wheels turning. Yeah. Okay.
Well, yeah, you definitely could do the wire transfers because I did that, in big sums. So that's probably your best option.
The best course of action. You go there, and the thing is, they will welcome a business because they're looking at it as you can get your paperwork much faster. Because when you're bringing a business into the country, they're looking at this as an opportunity for revenue for them. So they're going to make your paperwork and everything is going to move much smoother and much faster.
Yeah,
let me put a disclaimer on out there.
I'm sorry.
Let me put a disclaimer on there. This is not a channel for money laundering operations.
That's not money laundering. That's
so if you go to buy.
We're not trying to tell the doughboys, right, how to clean their money. You want to know what? I'm gonna clean it through Apple. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Or a better disclaimer is this is not financial advice.
That's right. Not of any kind.
Yeah.
Of any kind.
Shalom, family. I just want to say that if you're gonna buy property over there, so you're probably gonna have to wire money. I did it. It wasn't no problem. I went through Chase Bank. Chase Bank had it all set up and everything, and so you could get like you could get an account. Like I got an account with Chase, and that account, if you have a certain amount of money in it, they won't even charge you for the wire transfer.
So you pretty much have accounts linked.
Yeah. So no, whatever you do, let's say, because when I was buying the property, they had an account. They had accounts. So to wire it into their account, that's what you need. So you get the number, like a routing number or whatever. But then you just go through like Chase Bank or whatever, one of those banks that does it, because my credit union didn't do it. So I just had to take.
Yeah, credit unions are very small, are much smaller. The bigger banks are the ones that are going to do it. Matter of fact, I used to be a banker for Chase, so I know about Chase.
Yeah, you should be able to do it. But I wanted to say, in reference to earlier, when I was over there in Tanzania, it's true about the food. It's so much different. So you could tell. I mean, and I was glowing when I came back, and I felt great. And I was eating papaya every morning, and I never ate papaya here, but when they gave it to me, it was just like, wow, how did I miss this? And I wanted it every single morning. They gave it to me. Oh yes,
it tastes different. It tastes sweeter. It's not like an artificial sweet. It's a natural sweet.
Because you got the minerals and the soil. It's the minerals. That's the reason why you was glowing, because you had minerals.
It was so delicious. And you know what I did when I got back here? Because I had got used to it. I wanted it every morning, I mean, because it did something for me too. And when I got back, I went to Sprouts. you can put a disclaimer up there, brother Karras. You don't be knocking down no businesses. But I'm gonna tell you, I went to Sprouts and I was like, let me get some of this papaya. I did it like 3 or 4 times because the first time I said, well, maybe this particular papaya was not good because it was awful. It was totally different, you know. So I went back and I was determined. I went back and bought another one, and then I bought another one. I had the same results. So that's when I recognized. I said, hey, this is not African, so it is not going to taste the same. So I haven't ate papaya since, you know, because it's just not the same. It's just once you go, you'll see that food, and then look, the food is walking around like it's chickens walking among you. So
Yep.
Everything that you're eating is right there on the trees and all everywhere, and the food is walking in front of you, so you can see, what you're eating before it dies.
Wow.
So we definitely
That's good for you meat eaters. I can't. I wouldn't, even when I used to eat meat, I never used to like to be able to see the thing that I'm gonna eat.
Yeah, when they pulling the fish right out of the water is so clean. Let me tell you, you can look down and see the white sand. That when they pull the fishermen are not allowed to have motor boats in the water. They only have wooden boats because
wow,
they don't want to dirty up the water. So they're
Yep,
pulling
that's
fresh fish right out of the water right there. You can see the fish swimming around. So imagine that you're eating. Everything that you're eating is clean like it should be, and so that's why you want to get there, because like you said, it add to your life, and then you won't have to go to the doctors. You will not have to go to the doctors if you're healthy. That's the whole thing. Your food is your medicine right off the top.
Right.
So we can't over here. You can't do that. But real quick,
Rojo.
friend of mine.
I wonder when the brother will come.
Well, let me a second, Rojo. Do you know the conversation that we're talking about? Did you see the video earlier?
I can definitely catch up, but I want to give y'all 3 updates.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you this. We're talking about Tunisia, how Tunisia was causing violence against the sub-Saharan black folks, and then those countries sending their planes over to pick up their people and the people of sub-Saharan Africa. And this was a prelude. It's a prelude to what we are getting ready to witness here in our captivity. Any thoughts?
Well, let me tell you, I am kind of shocked that Tunisia is involved with that. That was one of the places I was thinking about going to.
You don't want to think about that place anymore.
no, I don't. I mean, that was like number 1 and 2 between there and the other Tanzania. But since this is happening now, I have an idea of who's behind it, and I'm not even going to blame anyone that's white, at least not Neanderthal white. I'm kind of thinking that's Denisovan white, aka Ayzian. So I'll leave it at that. But just speaking of that, did y'all know that China had cut the internet to Taiwan?
Yeah, to Taiwan, yeah. And they claimed that it was some kind of boating accident.
Well, not only that, but there's strange dust falling around the areas of some of y'all in the Northeast, so they might be pulling a shelter in place soon. So, I mean, I don't know. And then not only that, but Zaporizhzhia got hit again, and they're cut off. So I think that update that Bro Karras gave me is kind of tying in to a lot of stuff. So I got my popcorn and beer ready.
And it was another train derailment too.
Oh yeah.
Where was the train derailment, brother Dave?
I think West Virginia.
Wait, what? Wait,
I think it was. What? Yeah, I think it was in West Virginia.
Mm-hmm. No, see, that's a little too close to me. I'm in right smack dab in the middle of Tennessee. I don't. Well, you know what? I just glad I got my melanin, and I got the Most High, and I got brothers like y'all, not only on this panel, but just the whole Israelite and FBA
Hallelujah.
community.
And brothers, this is the thing, and I say this to Karis and and Teo. Um, when I speak about the faithful, the discreet, and Yah's slave, I'm talking about these brothers and sisters that get these platforms together because they want to be discreet. Like Karis always say, "Hey, we can't don't say this." He being discreet because in order for him to maintain this channel, there will be a measure of being discreet as to what we say because we do know that they are listening. Period. I don't care how we look at it. And so I give props to these brothers and sisters that are taking a lead in feeding Yah's sheep. And that's what we need.
Yeah, listen, when you come up here, you better have your feathers numbered because you might get plucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that update because that all falls in line when we think that the Most High really isn't moving. He's moving, and he's doing it skillfully. I mean, look, look. Bakhmut is almost basically Bakhmut's captured. You don't have generals showing up on the battleground and is not captured. That thing is gone. Bakhmut's gone. Now what they're doing is, you're right. They're just trying to maintain the fight for whatever Ukrainian forces that was able to leave. They're just firing at the positions that they gave on up. They lost. They lost because now, like I had said, they don't have a line of coverage in an urban environment. So they're now being covered by like 3 or 4, 5 buildings in a somewhat in a town for the most part, which can be cleared out pretty easily. And then you're on the run in open country. You don't have much places on out there in Europe. Europe is not like a US. It's really not. You don't have a lot of places that are densely populated. They're very sparsely populated. And remember, they already have half of their population that had left.
Probably more than that.
Yeah, I mean, you get what I'm saying? Half their population had already left, and now it's probably already leaving because, more than that is because why? Because everything is picking up. Oh, they'll come back to pick up the pieces under whoever's rulership. Who knows?
So
They're
it's
gonna
it's
come back, but
surprising.
KRS is not gonna be much pieces to pick up because that place have been just totally bombed out, man. It's just crazy. It's just rubbles there, man. In Bakhmut.
Yeah, I mean,
Rubbles and like half broken down buildings. There's not much left there.
It is. There's not much left, but there's going to be a lot of pieces that they're going to have to pick up. And guess what? Where are they going to get the resources from? Do y'all see what's happening?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we pledged to help clean up Ukraine, but those resources come from Africa.
Yep.
Oh, okay, that's cool. So see all the stuff that y'all wanted to do to us back in the day. All right, we're gonna help you. We're gonna help you with marking this up 500%. Oh, we're never gonna build up. That ain't my problem.
We don't care.
You see what I'm saying? You come to me when your money's right. I'll
And
be
none
all
of that
right.
digital stuff, please. We
Yep.
want real hard gold,
Do you get where this is going?
diamonds. In fact, matter of fact, give me all those stuff that you took from us,
Exactly.
and then
Before
we'll
you want
talk.
anything. Exactly, Sister Chantel. Exactly. Same exact sentiments. Now they're bombing themselves into oblivion because it's not going to just stop there. That's going to be looking like most of Europe. This is what they're afraid of. This is why they get so scared when they talk about a rumor here or a rumor there. This is what they get scared about when they're reading Micah 5 and Micah 7, when they see that their lands are going to be totally laid waste and
Well,
totally desolate.
well,
I
let me
keep
tell you
having.
something. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Sister Chantel.
I was just quick. I was just going to say when you speak of their lands being laid waste, I keep having that visual, that beautiful visual in my head of last year's summer where everything was dry. You didn't see a blade of green grass anywhere. It's like, oh, that's so going to be your land. It's like how they made Africa is exactly what Europe's going to be like. But when it comes to winter time, it's going to be muddy, murky, grey, and nasty. And then who's going to be living in mud huts? Ha!
Well,
Well,
you gotta live with what's available to you, right? And if you don't have any trees, if you don't have any vegetation or anything else, then guess what? That's how they're gonna be living. And I mean, and think about it. They actually live in mud huts anyway. Have you not seen how they do their earthen covered homes and parts of the Dutch and Deutschland areas?
Yep, you're right.
So I
Actually,
mean,
you're
like,
right.
who's calling mud huts?
Right.
Thatched roofs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
it,
Look, I don't care if you have to have any type of mud on your house. That's a mud hut. If your house is growing grass, I don't care. That's a mud hut.
and
Tell
you
me
know
I'm
what?
wrong. Tell me
Yeah,
I'm
the
wrong.
cob
I,
houses.
I have to say this. This is why I love all of my black media, Israelite and non-Israelite black media. I learned something, and I thought I was well read. But speaking of those four that were kidnapped in Mexico, and two of them wound up, being murdered. Oh, sorry, delete it. God. Anyway, um, the word matamoros, and I know Spanish, and I'm kicking myself in the head for not knowing that direct translation. That actually means black deleter. I mean, well, deleter of Moors, of black people. That's what that city stands for, and it was named after a fake. I mean, I have to give shout out to, of course, who I'm not gonna say his name on nobody's platform, but the initials are T and N, or he sometimes go by K and F. I mean, that's why I say I love my black media, my true black media across the whole board, because you just learn things. And Karis, I give this to you. I would not go hard on the Gentiles anymore, but I would just go equally on them. If they're nice, I go nice. If they want to come in on the foolishness, I'll check with you first, and then that's when I'll just go ahead and go sniper mode on them.
Yeah,
Can,
that's
can I,
listen,
Karis?
listen. That's
Can
all.
I
That's
beat
all I
them?
want.
Can I
That's
beat
all I.
him, please,
You tell him,
Karis?
brother Rojo.
That's
You
all.
tell him.
That's all I need, Roger. I just need you to when you have your ears up, growling, and when I hear that growl, I'll just say, I'll just tell Rojo, release, release.
I don't know. All I heard was release the Kraken.
Rojo be
On
coming
a
with that
serious
fire.
note, though, their academics from the early 1930s, like Oswald Spengler, who wrote The End of Western Civilization, knew that their society was going to collapse. Even Joseph Tainter, with his book The Collapse of Complex Society, explores societies, including Western civilization, which collapsed under their own weight. And that's what we're seeing today. Society is built up to a point where they've got internal conflicts, which another author, Francis Fukuyama, argues about Western society reaching the end of its historical development. I could go on and on and on. Morris Berman talks about American culture and Western society being in danger of collapse years ago. So they know exactly what's happening and what's going on. We just have to keep focused on what we're doing, and keep this conversation and our prayers and everything going, because it looks like we haven't got long to go.
Well, it was always going to collapse from the moment that they freed and whatever. The slaves, because it's laughable, isn't it? But the moment that they they built their society. Their society is built on free labor. It's built, it runs, it works on the premise of free labor. That's what it was built. That was the construct. So the minute they got rid of free labor, then they began to fail. It was never going to sustain itself. Never.
Definitely.
If you built something on that, how can it
on the free labor that they got as well? Because it was concentrated into the hands of just a few people, and then the resources that they had, they just spent it on proxy wars and undermining Africa, and undermining our leadership, and creating an imbalance in trade by having the everything tied to the dollar. And now that the dollar's collapsing and everybody's decided to move to gold, it has made it difficult for them. The invention of electronic currencies is just a way of them trying to regain traction over the economic system. But that, fairy Babylonian money is fresh air money. The thing that's going to count is gold, and we're going to get lots of it when we're leaving anyway. So we don't have to worry about anything.
But you know that the whole point is that it was a system trying to protect itself. So all the things that they did, the coming into Africa and creating dissension amongst the nations and everything, all their propaganda, it's just the system trying to protect itself. And it can't, it might have some traction for a short time, but that's it. It's like quantitative easing. It's like trying to ease something that is failing. It's going to eventually die, but you're just trying to prolong it. But it was already dead the minute that they released or they removed free labor.
Yeah, and that's why it is when you're seeing
They didn't really remove free labor; they just transferred it over.
Right.
Well, that's why I said
the prison system is still gives them a lot of free labor.
And don't forget about fractional reserve banking, and also maritime law was all introduced. This whole system is a Ponzi scheme.
Exactly.
But that's why I said all these other things. They like, even the prison system within this system is another form of another kind of like a band-aid to try to relieve the pressure. It's like trying to save itself. It's cannibalizing itself.
Keep the Ponzi scheme going, pretty much.
Yeah, slavery never ended; it just transformed.
No, it never. But the fact of the matter is that we're not all in the prison system. Like, we still get paid, but you're having to give money, even if it's a small amount, is what's ruining their system. Do you understand? So even though they have that slave system in the form of the prison, the fact that all of us are not in that prison system, which is why they're trying to really force every one of us in that system, this is why it's failing. They have a certain amount of people in the system, but in the prison system, but you still have to give money to those of us who are working, who are not in that prison system. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's kind of like the system trying to rectify, trying to save itself, but it's still not going to work.
But we are in the prison system. We're just not on D block yet.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
We're just not in maximum security. We're just not in maximum security, but we are. All of us are in the prison system.
Hold on, Dave.
Exactly. The whole of Africa the whole of America is a prison system. Anyway.
Hey, Dave.
Yes, sir.
Shoe program. My brother, shoe program.
Right.
We in the shoe. I mean, all of us that are melanated are in prison.
Right.
Britain, the British, ASAP and Chantel's neck of the woods, they're in D block. Over here in the United States, we in shoe program over here. they got us way in isolation. In Africa, they're like in E block. They're like, that they're in a part that looks really pretty, and then you have the colonizers just chipping away at their gold plated walls, showing the ugly underbelly of the walls and the floors. But we over here are now, I mean, we're on 23-hour a day lockdown over here in America. Go ahead.
But you see, too, also, what white people don't understand is that you're in this prison system, too. You just got more privileges than we do. But you're locked in here, too. And I think that's why the Bible says that that they would wake up and come to you and say, we've inherited lies. We're all in this prison system together. It's just that, we're at the bottom. Some of us are in the lower, we're in lower Uncton, the lowest part of the prison system, and you all got more privileges than we do.
Exactly. They come with the privileges.
Right.
But when our Father comes and takes us out of that prison system, then who's left? And that's what they need to understand.
Right.
Because we're not going to be
That's
here.
when the guards going to become the prisoners. Basically, what's going to happen.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, they're praying that day never comes, but that day
it's coming.
Approaching.
It's coming. They can pray as much as they want to their little fresh parting Jesus. They ain't going to help nothing.
See, they able to run the yard now. They out in the yard playing around, but wait till they go into lockdown. It's a wrap.
Well, that's what I was trying to figure on out, because again, there's a lot of stuff with that video I played earlier, that there's a lot of things to digest with this. Okay,
right.
Think about it, and this was what I was trying to tell you all. There's mechanisms to this. Man,
who got strangled? Somebody go and check on somebody. Somebody got strangled.
It sounded like he farted before he went off.
Somebody got dragged up and strangled alive. What happened?
No, I was drinking some tea and it went down the wrong pipe. It went down the wrong pipe.
I was trying to tell this dude in a private chat. I'm like, yo, read what's going on. That's a signal for like mute yourself. And look, I'm telling you, come on, Rojo. I'm telling you.
I drank that tea. I drank that tea because it's what I did. It went down the wrong pipe, and I was like trying to so I heard it and muted, and I spit everywhere. It went everywhere. I mean, I'm like, and I heard it and muted. I heard it and muted, and I just it just.
I think Scott. Gov turned around and said the CIA is going to shut this down. I read that a little while ago, and then I heard, and I thought, oh my gosh, who got to who? Somebody got
Chantel. Good one.
This man couldn't function to get that mute button hit on time. It said,
it was just so. The time was just so right. Chantel's up there talking. Somebody else went to talk. I turned that bottle up, went to lay down, and then next thing you know, I felt it running out my nose, and then it hit that pipe. And I was like,
Rojo, look, let me say this to you guys. You guys ain't gonna do something, and I'm not gonna pick it up. I will hear it. I will hear it.
Listen, what y'all don't understand is Rojo's shirt is all drenched. He's trying to find him some napkins. Oh man!
I mean, if I would have done it all the way through, I probably would have been kicked off the stage because it was loud and it was sloppy. I was just like.
Thank you. I'm gonna get the president.
I'm telling you, right now, I'm looking at y'all's icons. All y'all that got spit on.
Oh, Rojo, man, you really make my mornings, man. Thank you. My stomach had a workout. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Hey, you know what? It came at almost a costly price because I was about to be on my knees with my face in the carpet. I mean, that's how crucial it was. I'm like, you know, and I'm gonna tell you what I did too. I did say a few colorful words, you know, like Mary Frank.
That's why I told you. I said that's why he was trying to hit that mute button, but his mind was just so shocked and choked to death.
Rojo was like, "Shall I mute or shall I try to breathe? Which one?"
No. I was search for tomorrow. I was looking for that mute button. I was like, "Oh, come on, let me hit it," because I already know what's going to follow after the spit. I mean, I went through like 3 seconds of, beep, and then I was like, "Okay." Man,
my gosh.
It's y'all's fault. It's y'all's fault. See, whenever y'all get too
now
deep,
you're gonna blame us.
I'm blaming Karis first because it's his platform, and then I'm blaming.
What's your insurance, Karis? Come on.
There's no 400-year prophecy. I'm blaming Yakoba.
Cue that insurance commercial. Cue the insurance commercial.
Listen. You think you got an Aflac claim until you find out my insurance is called your fault, okay?
Yeah, I'm glad the camera ain't on.
Bird. You get one time, you get the other bird. Your fault,
man. See, y'all are bad. If my camera was rolling, the only thing y'all can say is roll that beautiful bean footage, and Dave would be clowning me right now. Like I probably wouldn't be able to come on this channel for a week because Dave would just be. I mean, if you on my tablet screen, it has a clear screen, almost like a mirror. So I saw how I looked like a blowfish. I mean, all you had to do was get some rice, cut me up, and I would have been sushi. I mean, it was.
Let me tell you, this all goes back to that food is poison. Because I'm gonna tell you, I'm just gonna make a guess here. This is me making a guess. That Arizona was some Arizona iced tea.
And that's exactly what it was. That's exactly.
Every black person's gonna be looking at their refrigerator right now, like, I probably need to get rid of that iced
tea. see that's the thing I hate. Maybe I speak for myself about this. I won't speak for any other brothers in here, but that's the thing I hate about me being, you know, Black American. If I were a Black Brit, I'd know how to just go and cook my tea. You know, either I'm too lazy.
What? Cook tea? What?
Oh, am I
being racist?
Tea.
I thought y'all cooked tea. I thought y'all put the tea bags in a pot and let it boil.
Dude, you boil tea. You simmer tea, but you don't cook tea. What, fling in some onions and whatnot?
Hey, Sister Chantel, you gotta have American.
Yeah, you have to tell him, Sister Chantel.
I never heard anything of in my life.
We warm up the tea. We microwave the tea.
Thank you. Yeah,
sorry, you microwave the tea? Oh, how barbaric! What is wrong with you?
He gets hot, and
we're not as posh as you, Sister Chantel.
Yeah, I thought anything that touches the top of the stove is cooking.
And hey.
So let me ask you a question: Do you cook your cakes as well?
No, we bake our cakes.
No, we bake our cakes.
That's in the oven.
Yeah, I know. But it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
Anything that hits the top of the stove is cooking.
See, let me tell you something. I'm on my fast. I do a 24-hour fast every week. So tonight by sundown, it'll be over with. so I haven't had anything to eat. So probably that's my throat. When something hits my mouth, my whole stuff probably opens up, just wanting to take, thinking it's something solid, and it just kind of opens up and goes into my lungs, you know. So I'm like, man, I mean, what I'm going to start doing for now, I'm gonna just buy tea leaves, put it in my mouth, and let my saliva kind of break it down and pool in my mouth. And there, I have tea right there, and I can spit the dry leaves out.
Or what you could do is sip it slow instead of gulping it.
Because you're taking in a whole lot of air with it.
Dave,
I'm with Dave on that one.
Come on, man. Now, come on, y'all.
Sip tea, darling. Sip the tea. Sip the tea.
Hey,
You just said Dave was going to clown you, so you knew that was coming.
Hey, less is more.
Hey, Dave. We're Black Americans. You know, we don't sip nothing. You know,
sip tea. Let's not get funny.
No, there's some Americans don't sip tea; they drink tea.
Exactly. I mean, Hey, Sister Chantel.
So even when it's hot, you still gulp it down.
You just
Chantel,
drink it kind of fast.
You know how many burns we done get on our mouth from drinking.
Oh yeah, we get burned. Yeah.
Listen, once you burn your taste buds, it's over. There's no point. You're not tasting food anymore.
See, Chantel, Karis has a good point. Okay, I ain't gonna make a distinction.
You ain't gonna be drinking tea the same way when you drink with us. This is
exactly.
Why we drink tea once a week. That's when all them hot burns out in our mouth.
Yes, Coco G. I am highly offended. This is outrageous.
Hey, Chantel, Sister Chantel. I don't know what your phenotype. I know that you're a sister, but I don't know what your complexion is. But the minute you get around us FBA, Judah, you start drinking tea. Oh, sorry. Man, look,
you might want to clear your throat first. You know, get that tea down fully.
I know.
Has water in his lungs. Don't dry drown on us. Don't dry drown on us. Breathe. Get yourself a stethoscope. Start listening to you. Just make sure you ain't got no type of liquid in your lungs.
Hey, wait. See, y'all want to be funny. I got something for you. I'm gonna goggle out right now, and y'all gonna hear it.
Oh, Joe, this is improper. Highly improper.
Where's Joe? You're being such a barbarian right now, brother.
See, but that's the whole thing. When you get older, I learned to be getting older. I'm choking more. How many times I had to wipe down my computer screen because I just took a gulp of something and I'm throwing everything back up. And I say, you know what? I'm gonna have to start sipping from now on. My pipes ain't working like they used to.
Speak for yourself, man. That don't happen to me.
No, Dave. That happens with me too, Dave. That happens with me too. I go to gulp something because see, the thing about it, when I sip, I'm sucking air into my mouth and down my throat. That makes it even worse. You know, right. That's kind of like taking a vacuum line.
I'm gonna tell you, this is sad. This is why we need to come back to the land. Some Africans can show us how to eat food. We don't even know how to eat food right. We eat food like we're still runaway slaves. Do you hear what I'm talking to you?
Don't worry. We over here we'll train you. We'll train you knife and fork.
Actually, to be honest with you, Sister Chantel, I still until this day, I still eat with a knife and fork. I just finished it. I'm looking at it right now.
You don't eat a knife and fork with fried chicken. Who eats a knife and fork?
Well, I don't eat fried chicken. I don't eat fried chicken though. So,
man,
but if I did, I would use a knife and fork.
Now the caveat is if that grease is still hot. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Burning your finger.
Hey, Karis, if the grease is hot, you just pick it up, drop it till you pick it apart, put it in your mouth real fast, and then to cool your fingers off in the hot grease, you lick the grease off.
Now, to be honest with you, I'm kind of like with Sister Chantel on this. I don't like eating with my hands, to be honest with you. I
do you know what I hate? I hate sticky fingers, especially in between my fingers.
I don't like sticky fingers. Yeah.
I'm gonna get to Sister Betty Benton. I'm gonna get you, Jaden. Sister Betty. Tell them how we do it here in Florida, okay?
Well, some of us do it in Florida at least.
Let's tell how we do it here in Florida.
I just got on. Y'all know I'm at this preschool working like a Hebrew slave, and I had to come sneak, sneak in the kitchen. So I'm like, oh, I got to go get on with my family. So I'm sorry. I'm just stepping in. But Karis, however you told them we do it in Florida, I'm an original Floridian. What are we talking about? I still eat fried chicken. I'm sorry.
But we eat
Woo!
fried chicken with our fingers, right?
Oh, we eat fried chicken, collard greens, and cornbread with our fingers, for real.
Unless it's
Wow,
too
as
hot.
Sister
Unless it's
Chantel
too
would say,
hot,
that's
we gotta
so
let the fork.
barbaric.
No, I'm sorry, but you got to remember when we slaves got here, they didn't give us no utensils. And my
That's
family is
true.
from the Gullah. My family is from Gullah, South Carolina. So
Yep.
we did not have any. They didn't. We wasn't raised. Well, we was raised using utensils, but I know for a fact, growing up
Sis,
how I did, we used our fingers when we had collard greens, cornbread. We used our fingers to feed our
sis,
babies. Also, we didn't have a baby
sis,
spoon. So
sister,
yeah.
sister Betty, what does Gullah extend into? Tell them how far Gullah extends into. Y'all think Gullah's just on the coast? It's not on the coast.
No.
How
Oh
far does
my.
Gullah extend into?
Gullah encompasses all. I'm gonna just say practically all of the Carolinas and the
Look,
North Carolinas.
yep,
I mean, it just wasn't the coast. No, cause my grandmom definitely was Gullah. My grandmother was a servitude slave when she came to Florida in the 1950s. I remember.
yeah,
I remember them talking about it.
In the
So
50s?
yeah.
Wow, that's not
when my
long
Tell them,
ago.
grandmother, when
tell
my
them where the
grandmother
Gullah
got
extends up to. It extends right up into about the Highlands or right on the Midlands.
oh yeah,
Right when you get to the mountains.
definitely.
That's Gullah.
I'm talking about my grandmother and grandfather were Gullah.
Yeah.
This I know for a fact because
Yeah, my
my
grandmother
family,
was Gullah. My grandmother was Gullah too, and all her
yeah,
brothers and sisters still
yeah.
alive. Yeah,
Now, Brother Karis and Sister Betty, what part of Africa does the Gullah tribe come from?
Karis got to help you with that because I
I
don't
think they
know.
say like Angola.
Oh, okay.
Can I just say something? That's not to say we don't eat with our fingers. Like we have roti. I'll have roti and like either chickpea curry or potato curry or something.
Uh-huh.
And we would use, our hands as well. So, and yes, we eat chicken with our hands, depending on what the dish is. Obviously, if it's a roast chicken, with the potatoes and everything else, like a roast dinner, obviously we're going to use a knife and fork. But I'm saying when it's food like you guys have fried chicken, we have fried chicken as well. But like you guys eat more fried chicken, we would have like jerk chicken or whatever. And yeah, we're eating the chicken with our hands, so we do that as well.
I'm sorry.
Ooh. Do you lick your fingers, Chantel?
Of course, I lick my fingers. Very pleasantly done.
Honestly, I hate licking my
Yeah.
fingers. I do not like doing that.
I like just
I
the
don't do that.
fingertips though, because I'm not trying to lick all between my fingers and right down to the knuckles and the hand. No,
No.
I
darling.
The
lick
only
my
thing
elbow.
I will say this: the only thing I eat with my hands is a mango or
Oh
something like
gosh,
that.
mangoes. I need some
You
of that in
try
my
to lick
life.
your elbows too, right? Try to get some.
So funny because I was just thinking I had a visual of Rojo, the grease just running down his elbow. He's like,
Hey,
You know,
trying to get that
hey,
grease.
black folks will try to lick their elbows too on the
hey,
occasion.
hey, Sister
They
Chantel.
would crave, extra bit of motion. How did you can't even anatomically do that. How did you lick that grease off your elbow? If there's a will, there's a way. Hallelujah.
We're licking from we're licking. I speak for me. We're licking from our armpits. Maybe that's me. If it runs all the way down, because I know I'm clean. I take 2 showers a day. So yeah, if it goes in my armpit, shoot, I'm getting all that stuff. Getting all
True
that.
barbarian.
I think
True
some
barbarian.
people are going to turn to you're on your own there.
I'm not gonna lie on Rojo. Look, let's something sweet. Let me eat something sweet, right? And something splatters, and I'll have my shirt on. Oh no, I'm looking at shoulder. I'm gonna lick that shoulder.
True barbarians. I tell you, you definitely can't take them anywhere.
I know if we're sitting in that banquet hall, I know who I won't be sitting next to. You lot will shame me before Abaya.
I'm not gonna be
No,
there
Sister
with my
Chantal, you
shirt
can sit
on
next
or
to me because I'm not
anything,
sitting
but I'm
next to them
just
either.
Oh,
I'm just
I
saying.
know.
I know what I'm
I think
talking about when
Garth, you gonna
out
join us
there.
too?
on
no,
your
no.
patio or something in the summertime, and you ain't got nothing, and you had something to, like you eat some watermelon or you eat some cantaloupe or something like that, something splashes on you. I do that. I don't care. You can judge me if you want.
It's
Rojo
good.
and
I'm
I
with.
can be fine. Matter of fact, I'll just do this whole panel with just Rojo and I because we got something in common.
Guys, you're on your own, bro. You're on your own.
Karis, we'll be like Beetlejuice. Say that for later.
You going too far when you walking around licking other people's fingers.
Oh God. You gonna lick that? Are you gonna lick that?
I started to understand how as we as a people, we go from the nots to the have-nots because back in the day, the folks would be like, "You gonna eat the rest of that on your plate?" And I'd be looking like, why you looking at my plate for? Ain't you got some food right there? But that was the disparaging things of our people, and that's like, man, I look at that now, and it's like that's a shame that we had to that we would see that, but we wouldn't really know the essence of what we'd see.
But Brother Karis, actually,
yes, sir.
Let me get Brother Jaden, and then I'll get back to you. Or
okay.
Shalom, everybody. I'm just enjoying the lively conversation going on. Y'all was cracking me up with talking about the food and how old we're getting and stuff.
All right. I got a question for you, Brother Jaden.
Okay.
All right, here's this. If you're eating a sandwich,
okay,
and either some of the ketchup or the mustard falls on your shirt, do you take a napkin or do you try to suck up that? Let's hear this.
I ain't gonna lie, I will lick that off my shirt.
Savages!
I'm a dog.
I'm telling you, the wilderness is going to be a hard lesson for some people. I'm telling you.
Hey, let me ask you a question, newcomer, brother. Since Karis asked you about the sandwich, I want to ask you, if you're eating a cookie or a piece of cake or a pie, and it falls on your lap, like on one of your thighs, are you going to wipe that up, or are you going to pick that up and go ahead and stick that in your mouth discreetly?
Okay, now that I'm going to do.
I'll probably...
I'm going to tell you, I ain't going to do it discreetly. I'm just going to pick it up and eat it. Thank you. hey, we on that Ric Flair, woo, up in here.
I guess it depends on like how large the chunk of food is. Like if it's too large, then I'll just throw it away. But if it's something small, like some ketchup or something, I'll no lie, I'll lick it off.
Now the larger the better for me.
Man, let me tell you something. Okay.
Yeah, man. On my clothes on my lap, that's my lap. I'm gonna eat that. Especially
if I'm eating a piece of lamb or goat and a big chunk falls on my leg, guess what? It's getting ate. I mean, I'm not going to lift up my leg, but I'll reach down there. But if my hands are busy doing something else, like with a drink in one hand, a fork in the other, I'm pretty agile. That leg will come on up and that piece of lamb or goat will go right in my mouth. And whoever's looking, get disgusted because it's coming.
I'm just going to say this in case you guys don't realize, but we're going to the land of plenty, just so you know.
But waste leaves haste, right?
Sister said, waste not, want not.
Bingo.
It won't be the land of plenty when our butts get there.
It sure won't, would it?
It'll be like locusts up in there. You're just gonna eat it. You better. We're gonna eat the drywall too. You know how our folks will.
Hey, but Brother Karis, what I was gonna say is that something that you touched on, like eating after people, like off their plate. Like now that I grew up doing, because my mom until this day, it's like if she's eating something, I'll eat it. My wife gets disgusted at that because she was like, "Ew," but I do that all the time, man. If my mom eating something, I'll eat right after her because I grew up with a large family, so we do that.
Right. But there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, if
some
it's been
people
sitting there
the
for
crazy
ages.
thing is my kids will not do that. Like I had a Powerade yesterday, and they wanted it, so they were gonna split up and share them amongst themselves. And I just took a sip of it, and I gave it to my 7-year-old. He's like, "No, that's okay." You said, "Ramaya, you want it?" She's like, "No, I don't want it." They would not drink it just because I sipped it.
Oh, because they think you got germs.
No, that's just how they grow up. Like, whereas in me, my family, it was my sister. She would have grabbed it.
Yeah, we all drank and ate after each other.
Exactly.
And for some
but
reason,
these kids, man, they're different.
Mama's food always used to taste better for some reason, coming off of her plate.
Yes.
Because she added something extra. That's why. Maybe some hot sauce or something. Because I know when I might add a little extra.
I have a question for you, Karis, because you're in Florida. I lived in Texas, which I don't think nobody does barbecue better than Texas. I live in Tennessee, where they like a lot of pulled pork. Do y'all do that stuff down there in Florida?
Oh yeah, they do that stuff.
They do the pulled pork. And let me tell you this. I was never a fan, honestly, of pulled pork at all. You know what I used to always love eating, and I still love eating? I still love eating smoked beef brisket.
Oh, man.
I love
See,
pork stinks.
That is so cold, Karis. I'm fasting, and now you got my stomach hurting.
Put on a smoker, get that different wood, put that wood in there, in the smoker.
That nice mesquite. Oh, the mesquite, and you let that thing soak over some water for like 12 hours. Where I'm talking about, that thing is so moist, it's just like you don't even think you're eating meat. It's like, oh man,
like butter.
Yeah.
Hey,
Exactly.
wherever we are, I don't care if you're in Texas, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, we are Hebrew Israelite. Nobody else barbecue like us. We invented the barbecue. So I don't care where we at. Ain't nobody out cooking us on no grill.
Amen to that, Sister Betty.
I thought it was Paul Dean who created barbecuing.
Who?
Oh my goodness! Oh,
who?
Oh,
Paula Dean.
I'm going on mute.
I think the Aussies will probably say something too.
But he was itching to come on up here and say something.
Karis, you almost hung up on him.
Yeah, because despite popular belief, Paula Dean is the original nigga.
I don't know what to say after that.
Sorry.
I had to watch Rojo. Dave, why'd you got to do that? Usually I have to
sorry.
Watch Rojo, slow down when you're drinking, Rojo. Take sips. Take some sips.
Hey, Karis, it's not Dave's fault. It's just that I'm rubbing off on him. Him and Garth, they're gonna be Rojo 2.0, Rojo 3.0.
No, leave my little brother. Leave him.
I'm very well behaved on this forum.
Yes.
Listen,
you see what happened, Karis? Hey, Karis, I blame this on you because you locked us out. And it's like you see everybody's acting like they just got out of jail and they just don't know how to act, man. That's what's going on. So that's your fault.
Brother Rojo.
No.
I come up on here, I just try to be an extension of the Most High and, his son, Yahushua HaMashiach. So I'm just coming in peace. I don't mean any harm. I don't, all the jokes, I appreciate them, but I don't put me in your confusion. I'm trying to be good, I'm on the straight and narrow. I'm trying to follow the example of Brother Karis.
Is he saying that with a straight face?
No,
absolutely not.
He's saying it in the mirror.
I was gonna
say. That's a good one, Garth. That's a good one. Because I was like, I think Garth he got taken over by a Cylon right there.
and Karis, you see, y'all didn't know while Garth was dressing me down. I actually had him in a headlock, giving him a noogie. With the knuckle of my index and middle finger, just giving him a noogie right there on top of his head. So
Just
so right now.
don't choke while you're holding him in that choke hold,
Oh
please.
my God! Oh, Chantel, come on, Chantel, golly, come on.
I want my brother to live.
Yeah.
See, Garth, you see what I got to put up with?
I think it's
Oh.
self-inflicted, bro.
You done did it to yourself. You done did it to yourself.
Just
But
like the choke.
that's what Garth always says to me, and when I get off of these lives and I have to vent, and I was like, man, this dude just got me. You know, I have to vent. Then Garth will hit me back and say, you know, brother Karras, that's all self-inflicted, right? I'm like, yeah. You can't be doing stuff for the Most High and not be getting beat up. That's just how
Yeah,
that
that's
goes.
true. I mean, it is true. I mean, but soon it'll all be over. Like yesterday, I remember I was going to the grocery store, and I remember I was pulling into this spot, and some Gentile lady wasn't paying attention, and she just got out of her car. I stopped in the right time, and then she like looked at me, and she was like afraid, like she would like saw a ghost. But I smiled and said, "It's okay. That was the love of the Most High in me right there." So, you know.
Was it
There-
though,
oh,
Garth, or were you just cooning and buffooning? No, I'm just.
I mean, if I really wanted to make a scene in Whitesville, I could have if I wanted to.
It's okay. You can do it. Matter of fact, do you need me to take your groceries? I got you. I got you.
Did you have them tap shoes on? Were you tapping?
Oh yeah, I was tapping like Gregory Hines, you know.
Hey,
Garth need that Uncle Ruckus voice.
Yeah, we haven't heard that in a while.
I saw her and I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, sweet white lady. I'm sorry if my darkness came up and offended you. I just want to help you, and I'll help you with your groceries. I'm sorry for my outburst, and you white folk are just the nicest people I've ever met in my life. I wish I had white parents and they could take care of me. Can y'all adopt me?"
Is that a Samuel impression?
Oh, you was trying to get his Uncle Ruckus. It was
no,
his
Uncle
right
Ruckus.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Hey, but you know
Oh.
what? There was this Gentile I had to dress down, and I did it respectfully. He was a W, and he's from Mississippi, talking about how he's sick and tired of people of color. That's what he said. Talking about how a debt that's owed to us saying that a debt that's owed to us, and we don't even spell and pronounce conquer the correct way. And I said, you must have watched that TikTok video. I said, where are you from though? I said, you sound like you have a drawl like a Louisiana. He said, I'm from Mississippi. So you know what I told his tail? I said, respectfully, I need you to go and buy blood of the root. Buy that book and then come back and talk to me if you read it. And he just walked away. I thought we were going to argue. I was hoping we would. Well, I wasn't hoping that. I wasn't hoping that. No, I was wanting to have an intellectual, heartfelt conversation with him. Show him some love. Get my Uncle Ruckus on, just like Garth did.
What was that book? Blood of the
I feel
Root?
like we should have a
Yeah,
report where
yeah.
we're just nice to Gentiles and we report it, and so we can be a good example for the panel and everyone else.
I know that's right. No, Dave. It's called Blood of the Root.
What's it about?
I wish I never read that book. I read it. I read it a few years ago, but it kind of centers around this family that had. Okay, you know what's going on in Colorado right now with that family and all that acres of land?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, what's
yeah.
going on in Colorado and the acres of land? Because I'm not familiar.
It's a black family out in Colorado that they moved into a basically all white town. So the people in the town are all gathered up against them and persecuting them and killing their cattle and doing different things. And
Wow.
and so the black couple, the guy was a former military guy. They're the sheriff's against them too. So the sheriff is trying to basically set them up because they're having problems with their neighbors because the neighbors are coming on their property doing stupid stuff to them. And so the sheriff is trying to make it seem like it's the black couple that's the problem.
And you
Because
see that? Oh, go ahead.
go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, well, see, and that's what Brother Karras and even the Bible, the Most High even said it. And Brother Yacoba teaches, preaches to us constantly that there's nothing new under the sun. The exact same thing was going on in the late 1800s
Right.
when this family, it's the Eldridge family, had nearly 300 acres of land, and it was taken from him in a very violent manner. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, the father had his tongue ripped out in front of his son and his
Oh my God.
son-in-law, and then they all just emptied their guns in him, and warned him that if they're not out within a week, or a little bit thereafter, that they would meet the same fate. So
And let me
they
guess, none of them got prosecuted.
only one. And then, but he was eventually acquitted. So you're right. I
Dang.
mean, yeah. None of them. And the family moved to another state. They hunted them down to bring them back to make them testify against the people because they want to set them up and have them killed. I mean, just read that book. Like I say, even you, Karis, with your trained smoke patience, would be angry. I mean, if you ever saw that movie Mississippi Burning, you thought that made you mad. Reading Blood of the Root will have you incensed. I mean,
Wow.
yeah. I really had to decompress for a few days. When I read that, nothing new under the sun. I
I can't
mean,
read
but
books like that.
But
I
you
just
have to
can't.
you have to
I
remember
live in
though.
England.
You have to remember though, everything that they have, and whether it's true or not true, it's all based on a historical fact.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let me just tell you this. Let me just tell you this, and I think it was actually kind of funny. And I haven't seen this show just yet to really delve into it, but it was. They were talking about this, the verdict of the one white guy in South Carolina who killed his son and wife or whatever, right? Y'all may know it's like this Netflix little document miniseries and things of that nature. But in the reality of the grand scheme of things, all their land that they think that they have had justfully, they never had it.
Right.
They always they stole it from the Native Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Then when they needed to get rid of all their wealth real quick before the Northerners got to it, then they sold it off to the formerly enslaved.
Mm-hmm.
Murdaugh murders. Yeah, thank you, Bookman. And so I was gonna touch into that because I said I wanted to see it, but I said, but I'm not surprised to see it, and I just didn't really want to take a look because it always just confirms everything that we know because we've heard it from our family. It's just now everything in the season is being revealed to them because you have to remember, see, now their sins of their forefathers, it's revisiting them in this generation.
Right.
So when we say, hey, we used to have land there in these parts of South Carolina, what happened to that land? Well, it got stolen because why? Because our forefather, great grandfather, got shot in the back of the head and they had to move.
They don't like hearing that.
No, they don't like hearing that. But then, guess what? Now their sins follow them because why? Because do you understand? Now there's something in that family that came from that generational line that now they have murder on them. They have blood on them. And guess
Right.
what they do?
Generational
They take it
curse.
out on their own family. And guess what that person did? He cut off his own bloodline. Do you see
Exactly.
that? Do you see the curses that are populating on them? Oh,
Like,
and I knew that area. I knew that land. I said, "Oh, that's in the area that my family had land at." I'm not surprised. I looked at that. I'm like, "Oh, it's probably the same land. It's probably the same people." Not surprised. And I wouldn't be surprised. But it's just funny because it's like now they have a Netflix documentary of their curses.
Well, Karis, if I may share something with you personal to me, and it's my business, but I don't mind sharing it with the family. My family had some back in Texas, had some land given to them. Obviously before I was born. By the farmers, which was uh, the last slave owners of my family and generation. You know, post emancipation, and that was taken. And guess what? A lot of that land has now housed the Imperial Sugarcane Factory, or what's left of it. So yeah, I mean, I feel you on what you're talking about. If that was centered on you in land that you have.
Oh well, and that's just one part of what my family's gone through. That's just on my mom's side. I'm not even telling you about my grandfather's side because that thing just that one will make your blood boil, right? And I'm going through some things with that currently as we speak. Because why? Because you have to understand there were things that they gave and then they're trying to take it away like, "Oh, we never gave it. We never have it." Except the problem is they do. The problem is it's in those books. It's in the title deeds that they have at what? At all the state capitals because that's where they would register. Think about this. Look, think about this. They didn't care if you're black and they still needed taxes. Oh yeah. So guess what? So your names are on books. Your family's names are on books for where the property that your family had. You get what I'm telling you? Look, there's nothing new. Yeah, Israelite wife Desiree. She said, "Look, my husband's grandmother had land in Forsyth County. They had to flee in the middle of the night to avoid being killed." Yeah, and everybody knows about that massacre. See, we're leaving up on out of here. I'm not really too concerned because I already understood this was not our land. This isn't the land promised to our forefathers. This is something that we have had to deal with for these last 400 years. But let me tell you, who would have imagined that that would be the faces? Seeing the faces of even those folks being returned. And now think about what they're going to look like when they see us. Um, Sister Lydia, shalom.
Shalom. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Hi. I was just coming on to say I've been a listener for a couple of months now. Kind of new to the truth and this awakening, and I just want to say it's a blessing to be able to kind of sit up under my elders and listen to you guys talk and laugh and discuss, and it's an honor, and I thank you for the work that you guys do and the discussions that you guys have.
All right, thank you, Sister Lydia.
Yeah, that was all I wanted to say, but thank you.
yeah,
All
welcome
righty.
to the family.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Shalom, Lydia.
Thank you.
All right.
Shalom, Lydia.
Shalom too from the UK.
Shalom.
Appreciate that.
Shalom, Lydia from Florida.
Wagwan Lydia
Shalom,
from
shalom.
Jamaica.
I'm super excited.
Hello,
My
Lydia.
My
I'm
shalom
from
come.
Jersey.
My
You
shalom comes
came
from
from
Tennessee.
South London.
I'm hailing from Middle Tennessee, and I say shalom.
Shalom. I lived over in Tennessee for a while.
Oh, cool. What part?
Yeah, but
Where I'm from, I've
I
got
just
around.
quickly in Nashville. I just wanted to quickly say us young people, we're waking up. We're hearing what the elders have to say, and we are waking up, and we are ready to get out of Babylon as well.
What's the age group?
I am I just turned 25.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm
Well,
your
hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
33.
Yeah, that's the most influential age group, because what that means is that the generation that they have coming up is not what um, is not tame, right? It's for Babylonian type speak, right? So if that's something that they're hearing from our generation, and that's why I tell you, our generation, we have a lot more pull than what people think, because we haven't quite retired. We're still in the middle of of what Babylon would be considered, the working class. But at the same time, as the generations go down, right, as you get younger and younger, well, now you have more of that teetering spell. Let me just tell you this, and this is what do you understand? We are looking at their worst nightmare.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to approach that. So we enjoy it because we know that that's the promise that the Most High has made to His people. But for them, that's their worst nightmare, because they see that they will no longer be able to be supported, and if they're
But
no
you know,
longer
brother
to be,
Karras, brother
you
Karras,
get what I'm
and
telling
I'm
you?
gonna make it. I just want to say this in what you're saying. I think most of them are not aware of what's going to happen or what's going on.
Well, because and brother, well, tell me, how does remember, and everybody was talking about this earlier about well, maritime law and admiralty law and everything else like that, and people don't really understand the full depth of this. What is basically what is the American concept? What's the American construct? And this isn't finances and everything else. It takes what? It's a Ponzi scheme, right? But we call it investors. The more you
And it's
invest,
always
right,
a
the
zero
better
sum
off you
game.
are.
Yeah, it's
You
always a
get
zero
you
sum
get what I'm
game.
saying?
Should have called
But
them
but
molesters.
but yeah, but it's investing that sounds better when they
Yeah.
want to take your money, right? I mean, but that's really what it is. And then what happens? And then what happens now? These folks, guess what? There's not that much money being pumped into the system, because why? Because there's not many people in the system.
Right.
And these countries are doing what? They're leaving the system.
Right.
And that's where this system is now collapsing. The collapse doesn't come from the inside. It's already collapsed from the outside. It's just working its way inside. It is a
Yeah, it's
full
already
level
happened. It's just on life
implosion.
support.
Yeah, it's a full implosion, but the implosion comes. You see things, you see the stuff falling from the outside coming in on the implosion,
But you know, Brother
right?
Karras, but look how they still continue to distract us with sports and entertainment.
Well, but see, that's their last vestige. If that's all they can do, that's pretty weak. You get what I'm
That's
telling
the
you?
Roman
That's it.
The Roman
Yeah. So,
Colosseum.
Yep.
the way of Rome. And then what ended up happening? What ended up happening? We see it was what, Spartacus, right? You know what I'm saying?
I'm
What ended up happening?
Spartacus.
What ended up happening? They look when that Colosseum games went down. What happened to Rome thereafter? It collapsed.
Collapse.
Oh, nobody's really talking about. Oh, they're too political. What's happened with the whole Kyrie thing? What's happened? It's all political. They're not getting the ratings that they once had.
And you know what's funny, brother Karras? I put it in the chat. I don't know if you heard it. Just like this whole John Moran thing and how Nike is like literally going to bat for John Moran and his behavior. I don't know how substantiated it is, but for Nike to come out and defend him so brazenly and then to dismiss Kyrie so brazenly should wake folks up. But it probably
Oh yeah, with the gun or like pulling out a gun or something on
brandishing
someone,
weapons and stuff like that.
and then Nike wants to support that, but doesn't want to
Exactly.
support somebody that's
Who's
talking
awakening?
about their history. That's
Exactly.
talking about history.
That's
And it's
what
like, so they failed. And see, do you understand what the Most High will do? He's literally showing them their crap. You get what you know what I'm talking about? It's like when your dog has an accident and you put that accident in front of your dog's face, that number 2, and then they shake their nose because they don't want to be a part of their crap. You see what I'm saying? And then you gotta take the dog outside to let them do the bathroom outside. But
Right.
that's what's happened. The Most High
My mom
literally
used to
stuck
literally
their
rub the
heads.
dog's nose in it, and that's
You
what's
don't
gonna
want to
happen
rub.
with them.
You don't want to rub. I don't do it like that. I don't do it like that.
That's the way
My
my
dogs
mom
are
did it.
good.
Yeah, that's old school.
Yeah,
My
that's
That's
mom
old
did
old
school.
that
school. And
too.
guess
But
what?
yeah,
And
my
guess
mom
what?
is
That
82,
dog just.
so
And what happened with that dog? That dog spent like 80% of his life outside, tied to a stick. Right?
right.
no, it worked. I mean, it
Come
worked.
on
So
now. Come on.
Tied
That's
to a
how my
stick.
no, it
grandmother used.
worked.
That's
It
how
Well,
my
worked.
grandmother
well,
used to do.
It
Oh,
did.
you
well,
got
Did it
well,
not
show.
work?
Yeah, it worked.
Okay.
Karis, speaking of the whole sports and everything, I mean, in Nike and all that. Well, you know who the two most beloved teams in the NBA are right now, right? And I don't even follow the NBA like that anymore because I was done with them after what the Brooklyn Nets did to Kyrie
Yeah,
Irving. But
I'm with you 100% on
but
that too.
but guess who the most two beloved teams are right now in the NBA? Number
What's the
one, the
Dallas
Dallas.
Mavericks?
Yep, that's number one.
Hmm.
And number two is the Phoenix Suns. The
Hmm.
two most beloved teams right now, sweetheart teams in the NBA. So
Well, I
it's
wouldn't know because I don't watch the NBA anymore.
no, I don't either. That's the thing. I don't follow it like that, but I do kind of, stick kind of close to the vest with Kyrie Irving, and it seems like everybody's wanting to kind of try to latch on to Israel right now because their brother's an Israelite. I mean, at least maybe I'm assuming maybe he's something else, but the thing about it is everybody's latching on to that.
He's an nominalist, so he tries to. He's trying to do a front look. These Luciferians know what they're trying to do.
Wait,
The
he's a
problem
what?
is the amillennialist, basically like the all religion type things. That's what he's
Oh,
trying to
Yeah.
okay.
do.
Oh, all right. I
But
got you. I got
but the problem that what happened was that, see, with the amillennialist thing, he touched the wrong thing. He touched the wrong thing in their books, and that wrong thing that he touched was that he touched that he was an Israelite. That's what he touched, and that's what
Hmm.
they got mad about.
Right.
But what it's done is that thing drew so much steam that they haven't
Yes, it
recovered
did.
from that. They haven't recovered from it. And now
Right.
see, you got to understand, see, black folks, we've learned a thing or two over these last 400 years. If we're going to do something, we never broadcast it. We'll say
That's
something
right.
here and there on the show, but if we're for real, nobody comes on these platforms. You know what they'll do? You know what they'll do? They'll say, okay, that sounds good, and guess what they'll do? They'll reach on out direct to our folks over in the land. They'll reach on out direct to them, and then the next thing you know, they're out.
Yeah, but
Just
of
like
course we wouldn't do
Sister
that.
Judy. Just like Sister Judy. Judy was like, yo, I'm here in Tanzania. I'm like, I thought we were in building bridges. You just had your
But
you just
that's
did your
but they're
testimony,
like the
and then she
Saturday
was out.
morning villain, aren't they? That's what they
Well,
do. They
well,
broadcast what
well,
they're going to do.
Yeah, they broadcast what they're going to do. Look, we don't. We're like, all right, we come with the plan. We're out. We'll tell you when we're there. We'll tell you when we made it to where we need to make it for our final destination. And that's what we
That
do.
kind of goes into not, don't let your right hand know what your left hand is doing.
Yeah.
Hmm. But at this time though, but we have been so it's a little bit more of an interesting perspective because of the fact that we're talking, and as we're talking now we're letting things be made known because of how things have been moving, right? Because people have to understand, people are trying to understand what's going on, right? They don't want to be just, well, I want to go just to go. No, they have to actually understand why is it that we're going. See, you have to remember, for generations this was always the best, right? It was
Yeah,
always the best.
yeah.
It was always going to be the best. This is a if America was, you're not going to have anything better than America. And then when people started to realize that there was still more, there was more outside of America, right, than what they wanted to tell us, then it was, well, what is that? And then guess what? We started to travel. We started to leave. Do you understand, from like 2015 to like 2000 to 2020, everybody was up and going and exploring. Do you get what I'm telling you?
Hmm.
They were going. They were moving. They were doing. And then you see, and you think that this cookie was all of a sudden in 2019. You think it was all of a sudden? Absolutely not. Because why? Because the more people go, the more they come back and they report on where they've gone to. Oh, that sounds great. Oh, it was like that. Well, the way that the news makes it seem, right? The way that everything makes it seems as though it's this or it's that, or it's so bad that you can't even go anywhere. Or it's so, you see what I'm saying? So their narrative started to be destroyed. And when their narrative gets destroyed with us, what do we start doing? We start going to places in droves.
Yep.
And
Terrence,
remember, they tried to usurp it a little bit, right? When they're trying to do the 400-year return, right, in 2019, the year of return in Ghana, right? They were trying to, and they didn't even understand. They literally let out the Pandora's box.
Surely did.
Can't
hey,
close that
Karis,
box back now.
Karis, what y'all do is what I do to people. Whenever they come up to us talking about we're, um, encouraging division, spreading division, I just go Tupac on them, and I just say thug life. That's it. And then see, they don't understand what that means. That's an anagram. The hate you gave little infants blanks everybody. So that I mean, that's my only. And some of them do know what it means. I guess if they all want to be wigs, and trying to be Tupac or rap followers. But I just thug life them because I don't have any time to. If now I do take your advice though. If you told us, not me personally, but you told us, that if a Gentile comes with humility and sincerity and they really want to be educated, and they put themselves in the seat of a student, we ought to teach them and be gentle with them. I'm working on that. I am. But if they come with that other mess, thug life, and I just leave it at that. Thug life.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Up next,
Agreed.
it is a multi-layered approach, and that's what they do try to establish. Because again, who's their main audience? They're not. Their people aren't the main audience. Do you get what I'm telling you? They don't care about their people. Gentiles, if you're listening, let me tell you this: your people don't care about you. You're just a prop. Okay, let me explain this, because I was watching a little bit of this the other day. Let me go back to let me go back to this. Y'all remember back in the day the Truman Show?
Yeah.
But of course.
watch that movie. And then the people that were getting mad because, they were all on the script, but then Truman started to go crazy. He started to say, "Look, I'm trying to figure this on out." And then guess what? When he was figuring things out, they kept trying to lie and they kept trying to lie. And then people's lives were endangered for doing what? Trying to continue the lie. This is where we're at. This is literally their Truman Show being exposed. And it's the Most High exposing it. And all they're trying to do is keep the production on, and keep the lights going so they can they can say, over here, look over here, stay over here,
Like
watch
I
over
said,
here.
the machine is doing the breathing for the body. The body's already dead. The brain is dead.
Honestly, I don't know. To be honest, when people had shared the dream, I look at it like this: the folks that left. This place is just on cruise control,
It's
right?
on life support,
They already
man. It's
bailed.
on
They
life
already
support.
bailed out of the car.
Because you know what, a lot of people who,
driver is on.
Or a better way of putting it is, the pilot done already jumped out the plane and it's on it's on autopilot pretty much.
yeah, you got gremlins flying the plane now.
Oh man.
Hey Dave.
Yes, sir.
Twitter took down two of my tweets. I had one picture of Humpty Dumpty sitting on a wall. Oh, what is that?
Oh, that was my phone ringing and I just
Oh, okay.
I like the feds trying to tap out our connection.
Whoa!
No, I had it on vibrate, so yeah.
Yeah, that was. It's like every time I was talking, I was waiting for the beginning of the cell to happen. I get this strange signal in my ear and I start foaming at the mouth. But anyway, but Dave, I had the meme of Humpty Dumpty sitting on the wall smiling and content, and I had the caption "America during the 1950s," and then I had another meme above it of Humpty Dumpty slipping off the wall. His eyes are big. He's trying to balance himself, and I said "America in 2023," and they flagged me on Twitter, and they took it down and gave me a warning.
Wow.
But whatever.
That's messed up.
Give me a second.
Wow,
I want
speech,
to give me a second because I want to educate this Met Fury. Of the didn't Europeans get stole and sold as slaves in the Barbary Coast? Let me explain this thing to you. We were just explaining that in terms of what you had with the Ottoman Empire. Ottomans were basically Japhetic. So yeah, Japheth was they stole Japheth, but it wasn't a transatlantic event. It only happened for 3-4 years at the most.
But was that indentured servitude?
And this was from what? Those Slavic nations.
Right.
Because of why? Because they were captured in warfare from what? Islamic crusades.
Sounds like war to me, and not unprovoked people being kidnapped. I mean, honestly, if they want to come with that weak excuse me.
But they don't. But do you understand? They don't have any type of historical context. They say, "Oh, they were stolen slaves." Well,
not every slavery was equal.
Yeah, exactly. They're
across the four corners of the earth,
and it didn't last this long.
Exactly.
Did it last for 400 years? Absolutely not. Did it go through what we went through here in America? Absolutely not. So get out of here with that argument.
Yeah, come talk to us in 800 years. Then we can sit down at the table and we can have a coming to Jesus moment.
No. See what they don't know.
Don't worry.
And I'm going to add to what Kara said. Even though the word Slav, the slave comes from Slav, but the Slavs were not slaves.
No,
I wouldn't even say they were close to slaves. Slavs were vassal rulers, or at least they were vassals. They were in servitude,
indentured servitude.
no, they were servitude. They were in servitude to the Ottomanians, but they were vassals to the Ottomanians. So wherever the Ottomanians went and conquered, the Slavs were put as
Is it me or is
overseers over the
Rojo
people
going
that.
funny?
Oh, I'm sorry. That might be me. Hold on, let me mute out real quick. Hold
That
on.
might be you because he sounds fine to me.
Yeah, Roger
Or
sounded
you're a
fine to
little,
me.
yeah, you're a little
Oh,
bit on that.
is it me then?
I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Karis, you said I sound funny?
Yeah, you kind of sound like you're in the background a little bit. You may be inside or something.
Oh, me? How about now?
Yeah, you're still a little kind of, your signal's a little weak. But yeah, but see, but that's the whole, again, again, just like what we saw from uh Deborah. Yeah, she had a great video of the white guy that we've seen him a lot before, that will speak about his people.
Oh yeah, I've
And
seen
so
that.
and you
Yeah.
see it, you know what I'm talking about. And
Yeah.
he would say, look,
Yeah.
these are the red herrings that they'll do. And he totally destroys them. He tells them this. He's like, our own people are liars.
Mm-hmm.
This comes from a white guy. He says, my own people are liars. He said, and don't trust them because they
Are you
always
talking about
try
the
to do.
heavily set gentleman that's Southern?
Yes, you know what I'm
Okay,
talking
yeah,
about.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yes, and he torched them, and he gave the whole narrative that they always bring, and he academically destroyed them.
Yep.
Yeah, Dixon.
Yes, he did.
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
Sure did.
Dixon came with that truth, and they don't like to talk about that because why? Because you want to know why? They look at him as he's a defector. He doesn't like us because why? Because he doesn't promote our evil causes.
Mm-hmm.
He's a self-hating white person.
He's a
You know?
traitor.
Yeah, but the problem is that now is he? Is he really? Or is he telling people the truth? Because what does it say? Look, the truth will set people free.
Oh no, he's
Exactly.
telling the
Right?
truth. I'm just saying that's how they look at it because I've been around friends of the other persuasion, and like even if we had honest conversations about them, they'd be like, "Oh, you're a self-hating, you know what?" Because you're telling the truth about how we have all this
But that's
power.
what they've been conditioned to. And that's
Yep.
the whole thing. It's like when people try to say, well, can you save them? Can you save them? I look at it like this. Sometimes you have to understand some people are beyond the point of saving.
Right.
And do you understand that sometimes when you think that you're doing a service for the Most High of helping, you may be in the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to be in the Most High's way for judgment, lest I be getting rolled over. We did what we needed to do. We did what we needed to do for literally those 5.5, 6 years. And now it's here. If they
I
can't
just
see
have,
what's happened to them, then you want to know what? It's not my job to make them see. That's not my job. I don't say, hey, Gentiles, please, 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 please. No, this show is about Gentile brothers and sisters that do what? That are here under the blood of who? Of Yahushua HaMashiach. So if they know who Yahushua HaMashiach is, I'm assuming that they probably know who his people are. That's a fair relation, correct?
correct.
So now that the folks that are coming here that are like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know this. I listened to a message at church, and all the pastor was talking about was tithes and offerings, and we can get out of this with tithes and offerings.
And we have the rapture
Someone's in my
to look
spirit.
forward to.
What's that?
Buy your way into heaven, and then you're going to be raptured.
Folks, this is Paul. Oops, I can't. Folks, I can't say the word.
Folks, this
Well,
is
you know what
Paul.
I'm talking
This is
about.
Paul from
Off grid
Coast.
farming, folks. I got something to tell y'all. This is great. This is a huge development, folks. We're in trouble.
Hey, to whoever said that, I keep on telling y'all whenever y'all listen to people like him, which I get some. He has some good stuff to say. I won't lie,
Oh, he
but
has
people
good
like,
stuff to say. He's one of the few. I mean, I'm not,
but
obviously the rapture stuff is silly, but
Yeah, he
but
just ain't
him,
figured out who Israel is yet.
Yeah,
but
what you
him,
got to
and
remember, you got to remember, you got to take everything with a grain of salt. And
Right.
yes, just because he has um, some good information, then that's it. Then that's it. Whenever he starts, I'm not gonna lie to you. Whenever he starts talking about, being saved, I just turn it off because I'm like,
Same here. It just
well,
gets
well, no,
switched off.
it's like you're not gonna be safe in this. It's
Right.
like you're just
well,
wasting your time. You're not gonna be if you don't even know who the people of the book are. Then what are you
Right.
gonna be doing? Look, you might as well just tell yourselves, look, what color is my prison uniform gonna be? My outfit. Do I want to look good in lime green?
well,
Day glow orange.
But brother
You know what
Karis,
I'm saying?
brother
Gray.
well,
Karis,
Carrot. Oh,
brother
go ahead.
Karis,
I'm sorry, brother.
as I've been saying, and I'm going to keep saying this, a lot of people are not going to be able to be saved because they're under part of the strong delusion that the Most High Himself has given to them.
Right.
So they're
Yeah.
not going to be able to be saved, and it's the
Bing.
bottom line.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Look, we're so far. This game is we're late in the game. Do you get what I'm telling you? If we're late in the game and these folks haven't chosen their sides yet, if they haven't understood if they don't know the assignment yet, then guess what? Now you know where they're going to be at.
Yep.
I look at it like, okay, well, you're now seeing your own captivity coming right in front of your face. And all
Well,
you can
no,
do, look, it's just that's the strong delusion. And I look at them, hey, enjoy your strong delusion because it's going to be with you until the very end.
well,
And
no,
that
Carrot. I
very end
seen
is
it.
not going to look, it's not going to be very happy for them.
Not going to be
What
pretty.
what Karis, I seen an example of a strong delusion last night when I was at work and I was on TikTok. I'm gonna tell you what I seen. This Gentile, he's a W. He had a picture of America up, and then he said, America is the strong. Hold on. He said America has the strongest fortitude from the east to the west because of the Appalachian Mountains and the Rocky Mountains and how crazy the mountain people are and how good they are at hunting, how accurate
I've
they are
seen
at
that as
shooting.
well.
Oh, did you?
I've seen that. I've seen that. I
Yeah, yeah,
laughed hard.
yeah. Strong delusion.
Uh,
Strong
uh,
delusion.
what
And
they
that's,
like? What they
but you got to remember,
romanticize themselves as like ancient warriors or something?
yeah, but you got to remember that's
They're the
always
Vikings.
and well that's always in every system that goes down, right? It's the puffed up megalomaniacal thinking that is always the downfall of each and every society. This one happens to be no different. It's just that now when we're telling them, hey, we're the people, we've told you that we're the people, and there's nothing stopping it. There's nothing
I,
stopping it. Here's the thing. You and I can't do anything about anything. We have no power in our hands. But what we can do is we can ask the Most High to speed it up.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
Father, speed this up. I'm tired of
Yeah.
this.
Right.
Okay,
Well, why do you want him to
I
speed
finally
this
get it
up?
now. When you say we have power, it's not in our arms or hands. It's in our mouth
That's
and our,
right.
so we do have power, but just not the way we want it.
Yeah, it's
All
not
the
the way
time.
we want because you got to remember. See, they trust in what? They trust in the power of their arms.
Rojo.
oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Hold on. Let me.
yeah. So so they trust in the power of their own arms, and that's a curse. Do you think these other nations don't see this? These other nations are like, oh, they're licking their chops because they know this nation's ready to go down.
What? This nation's going down? You get your strategic relocation from Joel Skousen. Well, Joel Skousen, you didn't think that they was going to destroy all of America, did you?
Well, Canadian Prepper told me. No, I'm just joking.
You know what I'm saying? It's like And I laugh at it. It's like because they have no type of biblical understanding.
Nope.
I
Oh
was
well,
thinking
this
the
and oh
same
well
thing when I
that.
watched it
Who-
too, Karis. I was thinking the same thing. He never ties anything to scripture.
Nope.
Yeah, but we telling them it's like this is what's gonna happen. Look, we done identified. We literally had identified the four carpenters. We had like three out of the four carpenters identified in like 2018.
Right.
It's like Iran. Oh yeah, that's definitely a carpenter. Then as soon as they mosey their behinds on up from South Dakota, the Cape of South Africa, and then they went up into Brazil, it's like yeah, you know it's over. That's why I was like,
They
that's why
have
I had to say, yeah,
they have no discernment, and it's actually quite sad. You'll have to forgive me. I'm outside. It's actually quite sad because like you guys are on the brink of death, and you don't even realize it. That's what's so kind of disturbing, actually. It's like imagine watching somebody literally on the throes of death, and they have sort of a way to just kind of they can't be saved as a whole, but there is a way for them to just kind of at least save their lives to a certain degree or even their soul, but they just won't do it. It's
Hey,
weird.
yeah. They
Yeah.
well,
When
and
they
and
when the
that's the
word
whole
said
thing. This is
foolish
why when it
nation.
says, look, this is why when the scriptures clearly say, right, that they'll be taking the Gentiles will be doing what? They'll be coming over to us. They'll be trying to grab us by the hand, right? What's going on? What's happening? What's this? What's that? Because you have to understand, historically speaking, whenever there's been any type of an issue in America, I'm just going to say this in America, whenever there's been any type of an issue, they always come to us. We need your help.
Hmm.
We just saw that, what, like 2 weeks ago from Biden?
Right.
The Ukraine issue is your issue. For the devil's a liar.
Right.
As
Straight up.
Felicia Yah says, cognitive dissonance. So, what do you
Yeah,
think?
of the highest order, cognitive dissonance. And it's like, well, don't you see? Don't you see? Bakhmut has fallen. Now Kiev is about to fall, and pretty soon it's going to be America. And it's like, yeah, we know because that means that we're about to be up on out of here. And we're about to be serving our Most High Elohim. His name is Yahuwah in the lands of our forefathers, no longer in captivity. Yeah, we know. We see what them airplanes, them ships of Tarshish is going to look like because it's not just going to be planes coming from Africa. It's going to be planes coming from all over the world.
Hmm.
Do you get that,
This
family? That was just we were looking at the small scale.
Right.
You're not looking at every plane coming in the DC and Philadelphia
climate
and
change.
Baltimore and Richmond and Charleston and
You know, Karis are
Charlotte.
going to blame us for climate change with all them planes and everything.
Sounds like
Oh yeah, of course
there's
it is. Yeah,
a rumbling, a
it's a
rattling.
run.
You,
Yeah,
Attack
it's the
on Titan, bro,
flying.
Karis.
Yeah,
Attack on
I know.
Titan.
It's the flying, right? It's the flying. We're gonna
And,
be
and
in
what
them
I was gonna say,
airships.
and what I was gonna say was, didn't King Leonidas think that he had an impenetrable flank too? Um, before they finally got him and his 300, before they finally got taken down.
You know, they were
Yep.
actually bruised. The Lysa Macedonians were actually Israelites, and in Scripture it says it. That's crazy. I didn't even know that.
What? Wait. What? Are you
Yeah,
saying that
I
they
heard
were?
that as well. Yeah.
There were some. I'm not gonna report the veracity of that.
Yeah, I don't know, but the veracity,
It's
but it's
there
in
were Greeks, right? We still had our folks everywhere, and some had settled in Greece. Okay, so doesn't mean that we were all the way there. It doesn't mean that these are even the same people that were there during that time with Leonidas, right?
that's true.
But what it was is that for me that just gives you an idea that we have always been in the pockets and in the spaces within our community, right? For thousands of years. But we
Hmm.
finally got rolled up into this bastion of white supremacy, called the West, and then we had been assigned to our hardships right within the transatlantic slave trade and things of that nature, also with the trans-Saharan slave trade.
Right.
So so those are the things that I look at, because why? Because we had our people in what, Sephardim, right? We know Sephardic Jews are Yahudim, which were black. But those Sephardic Yahudim got what? They got rolled up and they got sent down to where? To Africa, where they were known then as what? Luangos. And then from there, they got rounded up and then they got shipped away. And guess what? Guess where they're at now? Well, we're more than likely, we're those people sitting on this panel talking about it, because that's what my DNA map says.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that I had like ancestry in Portugal and like some specific genetic group that like only is exclusive to that group and that family in Portugal. I'm like, what is this?
and Sister Chantel, y'all's PM is full of himself, and he's a hypocrite, because he don't know that they got to pay too with all of his little immigration laws. They had us in captivity for 80 years, so that his folks ain't gonna get by clean, with
I know that with his big ears.
Whenever I see him, I think
my phone's gonna die in a little while. So
Okay.
if I disappear, I'll be back as soon as I get back in and everything on my other phone. But yeah.
Yeah, whenever I see him, I always think of Operation Dumbo Drop.
But let me pose this to you, brothers, for a moment. The scriptures clearly states that Israel will be saved first, then the nation. How do we take it that some Gentiles will be coming with us when the scriptures say we will be saved first, then the nation? It repeated that quite often.
Sir, you got to read Isaiah. Read Isaiah from 26 on down. That's the only answer I could give you.
I would say that the Gentiles that believe are a part of Israel, so they're coming with us. There's like no distinction, because I mean,
but this is what I'm saying to you though. From a scriptural standpoint, it clearly states that the root, that's Israel. You just can't come in and think you're gonna talk down on Israel. It's just not going to happen. That's what Romans says that. But it clearly states that Israel will be saved first. When I say Israel, I'm talking about us and how we need some us time. We need to be on our own land by ourselves, getting used to one another. And then, let's bring in some company.
Sir, I'm known. You can ask Karis, you can ask Garth, you can ask Sister Chantel, you can ask Dave. I'm known for being of that mindset to a degree.
They're gonna come.
I have to go with what the Bible. Go ahead, Garth. Go ahead, little bro. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying. I definitely understand how it's just us as a group, but I know for a fact that even though it may be a few that some believe and they're gonna come with us, and we have to treat them. Well, they won't have rulership, but we'll treat them as Israelites.
Well, I understand that. We're going to treat them as they're one of ours. No, sir, listen. It says first the Jew, then the Greek.
All right, this is what I'm saying.
That's Bible.
So all right, hold on for just for a moment, bro. Hold on just for a moment. What I'm saying is this: it's like we're putting that time. We're taking that time and blending it as one. Y'all say he's going to heal his people. He's going to heal his people. Now, I mean, well,
you guys.
Yeah, but you also have to remember that people that are with families that are with Israelites. They're married into the family, or they were close to the family, and if they believe, then they're right along with us. I'm thinking that the Gentiles that are coming back are the Gentiles that been with us. Since I've been a kid, there's been white people in my family that knew my family since I was a kid. Like, we all family together, that rolled with us. They ate at the same dinner table. They slept in the room next to mine. So there are people who are intertwined in your family that may be of the Caucasian descent, that's running right alongside you.
Well, I mean, truthfully, I'm not necessarily saying anybody that is not Israel. So I'm just looking at it from a standpoint of our just us having some time. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Because I'm looking at what the scripture says and things, and I understand what you're saying. I mean, I'm not just trying to cut dry and cut them off or whatever and things of that nature. No, I'm not trying to do that.
Well,
but at the same time,
here's the situation with that. When you have to look at when you're looking at Isaiah chapter 60. When you're looking at Isaiah, I believe 26, Jeremiah 30, 31, 32, and 33, when you're looking at all the scriptures of those Gentiles that the Most High uses, right? The Most High used Gentiles to bring us into captivity, and the Most High is going to use Gentiles to do what? To bring us out, right? That's why we're going to be using their carts, using their things, right? There's always, we have feelings, right, about this, which is fine, but the Most High has a word, and that word is a promise to what? The other nations, and that promise to the other nations is through who? Through Yahushua HaMashiach. So our me time, we kind of have to look at what does he want us to do for our me time.
Right.
What is you get what I'm saying? Because that's why we have to be very careful when we try to look at the flesh. Because there's things that we want to have happen. Yeah. Do we need to have a detox time? Absolutely. You can detox. You get what I'm saying? You can choose to not be around them. You could choose that. But what does the word say? We're supposed to be what? A light.
Mm-hmm.
A light
to the
to
Gentiles.
the nations. A light to the Gentiles.
And then again,
you can't be
I
a
feel
light
like
if
we'll be
you're
so happy
cut
and
off.
elated to be around each other, we won't even pay them any mind. Or even if they want to join in on it, I mean, I wouldn't be
But
too
you gotta
adverse.
remember, when they join in on something, think about this in their position. Do you think that they'll want to open their mouths, or do you think that they'll want to be, a fly on the wall?
Well, Brother
To
Karras,
have an
didn't you talk about
understanding?
the stones?
What's that?
Nothing but the stone. If people get out of order, I mean, I feel like if we have, first of all,
You gonna stone them?
I understand where the brother's coming from, because I have those same feelings and trepidations about being amongst them and all this stuff. But I mean, I've lived around them my whole life, and I've had protection or grace or favor from the Most High around them. It's just not like I don't know how to deal with them, but at the same time, I know you don't want to if you don't have to, but we have to for His sake. So that's
And not only that, but go ahead, Brother Karras. I'm sorry.
But you also have to remember, it says to do what? To not vex the stranger, right? So we're gonna have strangers amongst us coming up on out of here. Whether people gonna like it or not, they can get mad if they want to.
well, I mean, I'm not trying to paint an attitude that I mean, I don't care about other people, other nations. It just I just see what we go through, and I see
We
that
need
the
a time
world.
to heal, and I get what you're saying. We need a time
Yeah.
to heal, and that healing time is going to be done in the land. But guess what? Even when we need to heal, guess what? Folks have to start bringing back our wealth. Do you want to heal poor, or do you want to heal being wealthy? I'd very much like to be healed being healthy, or excuse me, wealthy. You get what I'm telling you? So, and guess what they're going to, think about this, because now you have to understand this is a spiritual thing. And our people just really don't understand spiritual matters. I get it. I understand. But the spiritual thing is we're in a principality. That's their principality. This is their land. It's called Babylon, America, mystery Babylon. This is their land. This is their principality. Now, when we leave and they're coming up with us, then guess what? They're in a new principality.
Right.
That's called Israel.
Right.
You get what I'm telling you? It's a different principality. They're in a land. That's called Israel. They're in our spaces. So guess what they're going to do in our spaces? They're going to act accordingly. Hey, you don't want to spend time with me? Then that's fine. But guess what? There are going to be folks who's going to want to spend time with them.
And they'll be bringing
because do you know what the scriptures say? That the scriptures even says that they're going to do what? Helping us to build up the tabernacles of David.
Right.
That's what the scriptures say. So you telling me that there's not going to be any Gentiles? Well,
and bringing the wealth of nations back to us.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know what to tell you. And
they come in with a check in their hand.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Now, I mean, I must definitely understand that. I'm not talking against that now.
Now I'm going to say you can choose to not interact with them. I mean, that's going to be your choice. But I'm going to tell you, if you want to get some work done,
right?
I'm gonna be asking the Gentile, hey, can you fix my shower? Right. Help me pave this road real quick. Help me get this thing done real quick. Oh, I want to interact with them. Okay, you don't have to. Hey, if I'm gonna do this and you need my help, I'm bringing my Gentile friend alongside with me, and we're gonna get this done. Well, then I'm never gonna do it. Well, then I guess what? I guess you're just gonna be sitting on paved road.
He's like an extension of.
I'm bringing my buddy. My buddy. I'm bringing my buddy. Come on, Greg.
hey, Mikhail. Mikhail, do you want to build your own house, Mikhail, or do you want the Gentiles to do it for you? You want to be out there?
I'll build my own. I will build my own. I mean, that's just me. Pretty much everything.
I'm gonna tell you, you can build your own house, but let me tell you, what happens if that Gentile has to lay down your lumber?
I understand what you're saying.
The lumber's unclean. Hey, Karis, you remember that? You remember that old Far Side video? Can't keep running away.
Yeah, I remember that. Man, that was back in the day.
Now, see, that's what I want to be. I want to be over there chilling. I want to be to the point where I can just hold up my cup and they're pouring my lemonade, and they're doing all the sweeping and the grass cutting in the building and washing my car, washing my Bentley and everything. I mean, don't get me. Go ahead, little bro. Go ahead, little Hebrew bro.
That was just funny how Brother Karras was like, I'm gonna bring my Gentile with me, but like to be real serious, I understand what Brother Mike is. We all have that Peter moment, especially in this week awakening, where we just don't want to have anything to do with them or just separate ourselves from them. I don't know.
Well, not necessarily not have nothing to do with it, because I do know what the scriptures say, as to, they being a part of rebuilding the nation, Israel, and things of that nature. I'm not even trying to fool myself on that.
Yeah.
I think what it is, I just look at what's going on at present with our people and things of that nature. And so it just kind of puts I ain't gonna say kind of, but when I read the scriptures and I see this about Israel gonna be saved first, then the nation, things and so, but I do understand what your brothers are talking about. So let's not get that twisted. I mean, what you're saying, it makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Now, Mikhail, Karis and Dave and Garth reprimand me, used to reprimand me a whole lot about me, because trust me, there's no one, I don't think, in my opinion, that's angry at the Gentiles than I am. but then but I have to remember, I do. There are some Gentiles out there that I do care about, and I wish I could put them in a bubble, and then at times and just let everybody else fall off a cliff. But but see, that's not righteous of me. I mean, even Hamashiach, and I don't think no one in here is greater than him. Even he spoke, he didn't speak highly of the Gentiles, but he did speak of them and comparing them to us. So, I mean, if he can humble himself, and all that man got to do is just look at one of us and wink an eye, and we're scattered from here to the other side of the universe, or this flat Earth rather. So, we just I work on it every day. I gotta just try to keep myself humble every day. I mean, if I'm gonna achieve salvation, I got to.
And we're all guilty of that. We're all guilty of the same thing. What's up, Don P?
I want to say the flight's about to get bumpy. Here comes Don P. He's taking off autopilot mode.
Grand Rising. Oh man, John P is angry this morning, but not really angry this morning. Not angry this morning. It's just you will be surprised at the impact that you have in this world. If you don't think people are paying attention to you in this walk in the truth, they are. I had this Negro in Japan talking about me last night.
What?
Because we told him up. Yeah, we told him up. He's one of them chart folks. And so we told him in that chart up. And oh man, I was all kind of homosexuals last night.
What?
Crazy out here.
Crazy. You're gonna have to.
It is crazy on these streets. It is crazy.
You're gonna have to break this one down. That usually a lot of times we trying to get you to keep it short. Not today. Let us in on the details.
Let it all
hang out. Yeah, Don P. You don't came out the cockpit like now we have over here on their right side. If you can see, we're getting ready to pass Mount Fuji. You're gonna have to start now making some details about this. Because see, you don't showed us a little bit of something in this plane ride.
So apparently, there's some guy named Don. I forget what they said his last name was. My people said his last name was. He's just straight up flaming. He's straight up flaming in the house, in the house of Israel. And apparently this individual must got me confused with him. But I got on there last night and I think I was on Sonetta. I was either on Sonetta or his channel, one or two. I got on and just rammed him. But he continued on that, this is what Satan does. When Satan's losing the battle, they go on and having attacks on you because they have no skill in debate. So they will attack you. But I'm just like, this is crazy, family. It's just going to get, worse going forward. They're already trying to make us a hate group and trying to associate us with hate. And I see that. Because that's going to be anyone that names the name. See, this is scripture. Anyone that names the name that you're of Yasharel, they're going to be coming for you. They are going to come for us. Yep. We're going to be the target. Yeah, anyone who names the name of Yasharel, we are going to be the targets. The bootlicks and the boulets, they ain't going to have no problems. And we've been, we've been infiltrated.
Very big.
We have been infiltrated. Majorly infiltrated. Yeah. So y'all got to be on your P's and Q's.
If you're here in America, guess what? You're gonna know everybody by their fruits. That's just how that's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna know everybody by their fruits. This is why. This is they can try to come in and infiltrate and do what they can and think that they're doing something. but they're not doing anything because you understand this is something that the Most High is doing himself. This is something he's doing himself. This is why it's a whole lot different this go around than the last one. Because why? Because if they're coming with any type of itchy ears doctrine, or they're coming off and they got a little, their doctrine's a little off or something like that. No, remember the Del K Bremerton, and he came on out like what?
Oh yeah, that was
October, November with the whole Kyrie thing, and then guess what? Then people found him out. They sniffed him on out, and then he got dropped. Well, I guess he's not. The man can't use him no more, right?
Right, Brokers.
Yeah, he got. They don't propped up his channel and everything else, and he was a he was a Hamite Israelite. Tell me what a Hamite Israelite is. Is that an Israelite that likes to eat ham and cheese sandwiches?
I was just gonna go there. I was just gonna.
I need some ham and cheese sandwiches. I'll take spam if you.
I'm an eating man.
I was gonna say Israelite that likes to eat pork chops.
Yeah, that's exactly what that sounded like. I like ham hock. I like pork shoulders.
Give me neck bones.
Yep.
Give me some pig knuckles.
You know what I'm saying? Look, as soon as he came out with that mess, it was like people they ran from it. You get what I'm telling you? And it's like, look, here's the thing. On my channel, I'm not going to run from truth. Because here's the thing. I know who I am. And I know who my Most High Elohim is. Okay? I have an awesome Elohim. And I'm going to tell you, I can't even tell you how awesome he is. I'm not even, you know what? You know how awesome he is? I'm not even allowed to tell you how awesome he is because he's doing an awesome work at this very time, at this very hour, that I can't say anything unless I risk my blessing. Because let me tell you, he doesn't just show up, he shows out. Now, if he can show out for me, guess what he can do? He can show out for his people, and that's what he's doing right now. You know how many times people come on here trying to, oh, you had a ex-wife who's white. Okay, well, guess what? They don't go after Sister Marial. They don't go after Sister Gates of Holder. Get out of here with that.
We know what cornballs do that.
And guess what? And we're still on fire for the Most High. It doesn't matter.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Well, Karis,
the word is had. You don't have. You had.
Yeah. Look, the Most High literally took that away because why? She couldn't walk this walk.
Well, Karis,
what's best for you. He knows what's best for you.
I'm going to jump in the fire pit with you, Karis, and I really am reserved about sharing this, but I might as well share it with the family because y'all gonna know anyway. I'm single, but my daughter is mixed, so I guess I fall in that category too. It happened when I was asleep. You know, I had my awakening. I'm just telling the truth.
He was without sin. Let him pick up the first stone. Any of you brothers, come on now, be honest. Be honest. It's going to be 90% of us that have dipped outside of the nation.
Right.
Stop playing. So,
but we
didn't know. We were all, you know what? Because we was all one in Jesus. We was all one in Jesus.
Yeah,
there is no Jew, there is no Greek.
Deepest, most comfortable sleep. I'm not gonna lie to you. I got stirred up. I got shaken up out of sleep. I watched the Most High while he had to slap me in the face and pour water on my head, get me out of sleep. I didn't want to be out of bed like that.
Brother, down comforter with the pillows and everything. It was so cozy.
Man, I didn't listen. I was so asleep. Look, I was so asleep. I was playing Christopher Williams. Don't wake me. I'm
dreaming.
I'm dreaming. You know what I'm saying? Don't wake me. I'm dreaming.
Just let me sleep.
Don't wake me I said, if I'm dreaming,
Just let me sleep.
just don't let me know. Man,
Please don't let me know, cause my
You're
heart.
making me want to get back in my bed.
Hey, you know
you know how
what?
many
Hey, you
times
know
I
what that?
wanted to crawl back in my bed? Look, I just
Mario
put me back in the
Wayans.
Matrix. Put them things back in me. Put me back in the Matrix. I'm done. Just wake. I want to be one of those. I want to be. I want to sleep in, Father. Just wake me up when that's just when I got to get my shoes on and I got to run.
Exactly. And you know what? I done took the red pill. I'm not gonna spit up the red pill and replace it with the blue pill. Yeah, I mean the blue pill. What is that? A suppository? Oh no, I'm taking I stay with the red pill.
Right.
Oh, I'm not looking forward to this. I got a 350-mile drive.
Mm-hmm.
I got to drive to
Yeah.
LA and back today. To LA and back
Cruise
today.
control.
So you're on 15, huh? You're on
15?
15. Is it or 10? Are you on 15 or 10? You're probably on 10 or
No.
8.
I'm in San Francisco and I got to drive to
Oh,
LA.
you on I-5. Oh, that's it. Yeah, you on that drive.
Yeah, I'm
Oh
on
man.
I-5. Yeah.
And is it still raining out there?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Oh man, be
I'm
careful
just
because
praying
that's
for
where the
protection.
slides.
I'm just praying for
Yeah, the
protection. Yep.
mudslides and everything else. Yeah, definitely be careful.
Hey, you know
Definitely
what?
be
Going up
careful.
I'm laughing at what's going on in California, but I do pray for the Israelites out there and the righteous Gentiles. I won't lie. I do, but if
Well, the
California,
thing about it is, it's going to happen all around the country, man. I mean, they got more than 25, 15-minute cities. So, and we got a bullseye on our back as well as the East Coast. They're talking about the whole East Coast.
Right.
And so, listen, this is how much I care about my life. I want to serve the Most High, and that's it.
Right.
I don't care about anything else, man. All this can pass away. It really can all pass away. If I have him, I'm secure. And, I can't worry. I can't worry about this stuff. All I can do is be obedient to the cues that he gives me. He told me to leave Babylon. Well, I came out of her spiritually. Now he's like, leave Babylon. So I got to come out of her physically. But that's more of a planning thing. So we got, maybe a 6-month runway that we're dealing with.
Let me tell you. All plans die at what? First contact. The moment that these folks start beating on you like they start beating on them folks there in Tunisia, you ain't gonna plan for nothing. You're gonna try and grab some bags and get your behind on that plane. You get what I'm telling you? I'm trying to explain this thing to folks. The moment that you get hands laid on you and somebody pops you up outside the back of your head and you're still alive and breathing and you can still have some forethought to get you behind to your home and do what? You ain't even gonna call nobody. You're just gonna show up at the airport like, I need a freedom flight or something.
Freedom flight.
Right.
I don't care. Give me a Spirit Airlines discount.
That's what I'm saying. Look, first. I don't care if I had to you put me in the desert somewhere. It's better than just sitting here, get my behind busted over my head in this country. Like that's what I'm trying to tell people. It's like, I got a plan. Okay, like you're gonna plan if the mobs are coming after you. You ain't planning for nothing.
I just feel the tension in the air every time I have to go somewhere. So
yeah, me too.
No, when I said we had a plan, we have a plan. We're actually laying out a plan of buying acreage, buying the acreage in Tanzania, and plotting it, amongst the people that are there, that are in the project to buy the land, how the infrastructure is going to be built out with the solar farms and then the agriculture, etc. So my brothers are very, very sharp. They own it.
That's
and so I'm like, go ahead, little brothers, do it. They like you, Karis. They all in the tech and that type of stuff, high security. So they know how to handle projects and how to plan at high levels. So
you got your soul plane ticket?
no, I don't have a ticket yet, but I got my passport.
You got your passport?
I got
mine too.
I got my passport and I got my gold.
weeks.
I got my passport and I got my gold.
Now my passport runs out in 24. I'm like, well, hopefully I'll be out of here before then.
Well, you know, I think we all have passports, but honestly, I don't even think we're going to need them. I mean, I think by the time because like Kara said and like Jacoba said, they're not going to be screening us for clearance or anything. They're going to have their foots in our behinds telling us to GTFO, you know, just go. And then they might, we get halfway there, they might start coming after us. But trust me, they're going to throw us out. So
they're going to throw us out like Uncle Phil on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Jazzy Jeff going.
Oh, man. Think about that though. Think about that. We got called. We got summoned in the middle of the night in Egypt, and was told get out.
Yep.
You and all you other niggas, you raggedy niggas, get up out of here. In the middle of the night.
Raggedy Nigers.
So you know, I think it's gonna be kind of like that. She's like, y'all you gotta go. You can't stay here. You may not be able to go back to the continent, but you can't stay here. You got to go. Get up out of here. So I think that's gonna be the urgency too. They're gonna see the plagues and all that coming on them. They're like, I've had enough. Y'all gotta go.
It's funny, brother Rojo. You kind of made that Jazzy Jeff sound when he was gutting out, as you said when you were drinking your tea.
Oh my goodness! See, y'all are so y'all are too. You're too bad.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna.
I wanted to say this. I love y'all.
I'm gonna let folks know. I mean, look, we know that the Most High is gonna do it with His hand, but His hand always does what? His hand always provokes a nation or nations to do things, right? That's what aligns with His word. You understand? Russia's moving because of the Most High having His word come to pass. That's the Most High's doing. The Most High does what? He uses the nations how He sees fit. You can't tell me that the Most High's not using Russia to go into Ukraine. To do what? To stir everything up. Is it for Russia's benefit or is it for the Most High's benefit?
The Most High's benefit, but He'll let Russians think it's for their benefit for the time being.
But you get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Look,
yeah, just
because you're getting used by the Most High doesn't mean it's going to be like, well, the Most High said that I need to do this. No, the Most High will be that force. He'll be that driving force to do what? To get us up, to get us moving.
Yeah, look how you use Cyrus. But it wasn't that Cyrus was anything special. Yeah.
But what will he say? He said, look, I will use. But we tend to think, no, it's gonna be the Most High Himself that's gonna, wake me on up. He's gonna put my shoes on for me, he's gonna tie my shoes, he's gonna button my shirt, he's gonna open the door for me because he's a gentleman, and guess what? He's gonna carry me down my steps. He's going to put me in the car and he's going to drive me. He's going to chauffeur me to the airport.
I wish, but we know better that He's a mysterious person and He never has worked like that. But I guess that's us just thinking that.
It's the pride that we always have in our, in things. Yeah, we're the people, but guess what? You're going to hear His voice saying it's time to go. You're going to hear His voice saying, hey, we need to move. Well, I gotta have Him speak to me directly. Okay, that's fine.
You don't want to wait that long.
What He does gives us, He gives a sense. He gives a sense to see what's happening.
He he'll speak to you directly if you are open to hearing him
Only
and
him
believing
one.
that he can speak to you, because he spoke to me. That's how I came up out of the church.
Well,
That's how I came up out of this
we
whole
still have a
thing.
lot of Gentile minds, right? Because why? The Gentiles have to see a sign. The Gentiles have to see signs. What if the sign is okay? It's we're getting forced out of our homes. That's the Most High moving. He's putting it on these people's heart to move us on out of this condition. Could that not be what's being done and seen right now in Tunisia? This is the Most High doing this. Why? And I look at it like this because he's given us an understanding of what is getting ready to happen. Signs and wonders.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's like
and I did see that right now, D lines, and I wanted to talk on this right before I wrap it on up here in about another 30 minutes. Um, Russia's using hypersonic missiles right now, and it tore up Kiev.
Yeah, yep. They're bringing out the big guns now. Then the
Do you
playtime is
know?
over.
Do you know everything got whacked? Everything got messed up. And because I was flipping through here as I'm just making sure that brother Rojo wasn't dying on us with his digestive issues. But you see what I'm saying? But this thing was, it's not a matter of if. It's not a matter of if. And the problem is what they were doing, they were trying to bring in all of their the Patriot systems and things of that nature just for Kiev, right? Because Kiev wasn't going to fall, and now Kiev is basically in the dark. That's a sign. That is an ominous sign. Now look at where we're at.
Could I also add something to the geopolitical picture here? There's some reports out of like the state of Israel. There's like a civil war happening. You know,
Hmm.
the ultra right wing government is finding a lot of resistance from the people because it's basically control, a battle over control. But this is unprecedented. Like you don't hear about civil war happening in that state. So like the times is getting real out here.
Yeah, it is.
You think
But
the
this is why
agenda
we're
is heavy
having
over
family
here?
business talk.
Yeah. You think the agenda is heavy over here? The agenda is heavy over there. The academy agenda is heavy over there. They got a rainbow flag with that star on it.
Yes, indeed.
So
oh,
the enemy is just ominous over that little dusty patch.
gross.
Yep. Yeah. But listen, we weren't going to come out of here unblemished. That's just how it was going to go. We were not going to do that, or they weren't going to do try to allow that. This is why they're trying to come after our children um with their agenda. But see, that's it. That's the last stand. That's the last stand of Babylon. Let me show you who I really am. Let me show you all the perversions. When we said, look, this thing was going to be shown, that season was going to, everything was going to be exposed. We're seeing it now. They're exposing their hearts. Why? Because they had to, just to avoid any little bit of confusion. just to dispel any little bit of hope from our hearts. No, they're really not like it. That's really not how they are. No, they're showing you. And guess what? Now we have to come to odds with it. Not us, but a majority of us, of our people that are still wrapped up in the system. And now, like I said every single time they try to do, these big, I'm gonna do this in law and legislature and stuff like that. I said, oh yeah, something's about to go down. So when they take out Kiev, then what's gonna happen? Because why? Because Kiev is never gonna fall. Kiev will never fall to the hands of the Russians. I'm gonna tell you this. I guarantee you they're looking at this nuclear strike option. Because why? Because I believe that both presidents watching Netflix Cobra Kai. Strike first, strike fast.
Oh man.
Biden's like, oh, I'm going to use that as national security policy.
Yo, that dude is, I don't even know. What was he even saying when he's like, I know I'm a white boy, but I'm not dumb. What was he even alluding to?
I have no idea. I don't even pay attention to him anymore. Because it's like, why pay attention to the clown?
You're right. He is the jester. He basically is the jester.
And it's like half the time it's like you're just wondering if his depends is gonna hold up and not have leakage. You know what I'm saying? That's all I got.
What pill he was supposed to take at that time and that.
It's crazy, but this is where we're at. All right.
And it's so ironic they use one of the weakest emaciated presidents to hold office while this whole thing is going down and is weak. It's just ironic.
Well,
it's not ironic. It's programming. It's programming.
Exactly.
Presidents are selected in Southern California.
Brother Don, I never use
before.
Ironic
No, I mean I understand what you're saying, brother, but I was just saying that it's all programmed.
Oh yeah.
They who's going to be in office and so forth and so on and how long. It's all programmed. That's why they have these things like the Electoral College, and it's not just a straight vote of the citizen. So they can manipulate and keep their agenda going and keep America under the delusion that they're actually you live in a democracy and you have choice and all that stuff in the Bill of Rights and all. None of that is real. None of that's real, and America's going to find out that none of that is real as soon as the hammer gets dropped. We're going to see martial law and all that other stuff. But we don't need to be fearful because the Most High is in control of the whole play. They only run some scenes, and they run the scenes based on the script that he gave them. So, when it looks the worst for us, hey, brothers and sisters, he's still on the throne. He's still on the throne.
You mean the Bill of Whites?
And you know what's funny? When Brother Don was talking about that electoral process.
Damn, Dave.
Bush and Al Gore, wasn't that election going on for months because of that electoral, loophole? I was too young to understand.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They needed a puppet. They needed a puppet to kick off what they were doing in 2000. 2000 was just a simulation of what they're doing now. Everything's always a simulation until the final drop down, and you won't even know it's the final drop down because you're going to think it's a simulation.
Right.
Oh, they're just locking us down because of COVID. And then the hammer gets dropped and your neck is in the guillotine. Right. So, yeah, they're going to keep fooling you until up to the point where, they lead you right into the slaughterhouse.
All right. I'm getting there. Sorry, family. I'm still on the digital plantation. I told you that. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting. I want to be one of them. One of just like with those black folks. I want to be having my face all cheesing. Like I just got off that plantation. I'm gonna be coming. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna try to not trip down them flights of stairs because I'm gonna try and be so happy. Let me get my behind down here on this ground. Be kneeling on the ground, kissing it. You know, tears coming down.
Look like MJ after he won his first championship, just crying all over, just crying and sweating.
Well,
I would definitely kiss the ground.
I'm gonna tell you this. Oh, I haven't drank in over 3 years. But when I'm in that plane, listen, somebody better be popping some champagne bottles. Okay, we gonna.
No,
You don't
no,
make
can't
it.
do that on the plane now. No, that's gonna get out of control now. I can't drink on the plane. I didn't even like flying. I'd rather go by
That's
boat.
why it's gonna be more fun on the ship.
Yeah, right on the.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy?
Listen, I ain't trying to get the DEA to rob me at the airport. Them suckers was sitting up there waiting. They was robbing people.
Look. I'm telling you. I believe it's like this. I guarantee you, at every point or every port of departure, I guarantee you there is going to be some sort of a UN security that's going to be there. I guarantee you.
Could be right.
I think that would
I
be.
guarantee you.
I think that
Sounds
would be.
about right.
Remember what they were saying a few years ago? They're like, "Oh, in the Utah airport, that you can't go over there because they have a UN security thing." Or remember that in the airport
Yeah.
a few years ago? They had that video. So I'm like, okay, that provides more credence. I'm just saying, look, I'm pretty sure if the UN is making sure that they're checking that folks aren't trying to bring the planes down.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, geez, they're gonna be sowing their feelings as they see us leave. The ones that want to stay, or don't, or can't. I don't know. It's just I definitely agree with you. The UN will probably have to, be there to help us.
You back, Chantel?
I'm back. Yes.
Every show has its troublemaker.
Hey. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to lie on that.
I love that. But yeah, no, they're gonna. I think those of us who are in the know now and that are moving, it's going to be less security and it's going to get tightened up. There's something with the number 23 and then the number 24 that ties into all of this. And so
You're talking
I
about
think
Jordan and then Kobe's number.
Ooh, stop it.
First moves.
Stop it.
Do. Is it going to be during the
Stop
NBA
it.
playoffs?
I'm thinking after next Passover.
I mean, I see that. I look at it like this. I think that people are going to be leaving probably way beforehand. Because you have to understand, as soon as there is... All right, tell me, do markets respond well during a conflict?
Nope.
No.
Never. Never
No, they
have they
don't.
ever responded well. If Kiev goes down, the markets will crash because they know a conflict's coming.
Yep.
It's inevitable.
Right.
Even with a rumor of it.
You're telling me they're just going to sit sit their behinds in Kiev or outside of Kiev and then just stare at them for a full year. So
Nope.
we're
Just
gonna
post it
stare you
up.
to death. We're gonna stare you to death. No,
No, no, no.
no,
Fear
that's not
life
how
or fear
militaries
before
move.
battle.
Listen, militaries move with rhythm. And when
Hey,
they win, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna sit for 2 weeks, at least 2 weeks, maybe 10 days at the most. And guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna backfill. They're gonna backfill. They're
mm,
gonna get in other troops, they're gonna backfill the lines.
mhm, mhm,
Okay, they're
mhm,
they're gonna have a big line of communication effort where they're gonna literally bring in more troops. They're gonna fill in more troops, and let me tell
mhm,
you, they're gonna fill in more troops. And what are they doing right now? They're stripping down the troops who fell, and they're grabbing what? All their ammo. Because even though supposedly the quote unquote Ukrainian army was well equipped, they weren't very well trained.
right.
I mean, think about it. Their life expectancy was 4 hours. It's like, yo, so you're gonna be done. I'm sending you here in the morning. You ain't gonna make it till lunch.
Jeez, that's like a massacre. Sending them to the massacre.
Just enjoy your
Well,
breakfast because you don't. It's highly doubtful
someone else is gonna
you're
eat your
gonna
lunch.
eat lunch.
Someone else is gonna eat your
To the
lunch.
very last Ukrainian.
Dang, man. Like, yo,
Hey,
you
you
know
know
how
what? You
crazy
know what I
that
think,
is?
Karis, you know what I think the flashpoint's gonna be
What's that?
for the whole world to get involved? The same one it was before, Poland.
Hmm. Well,
That's when the whole world's gonna get involved.
well, because they have to. They have to
Yeah,
push into
the Poland's
Poland because of why.
part of the they part of the team.
That's correct. So when they have to push into Poland, then guess what? Then Poland has to push back. But
Right,
but
and that's
but
the
that's
whole.
literally what's gonna happen. Yeah, yeah. This thing
Yeah,
is setting up perfectly.
Yeah, that will definitely,
yeah, so it's
absolutely
gonna be
play
Poland again.
because
Because I
that's
mean, they've
literally
already
the
started. If you hadn't noticed, that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you hadn't noticed, they've already started their advance on the Kiev. This is part of their advance. They come in long range missiles. 72 hours later, they're gonna roll folks on in. When Kiev goes down in probably about a week or so, and it'll probably be crazier than that because you got to remember, there's gonna be a whole lot of folks in Kiev. This is a decision time. You want to know what they're probably doing right now? This is me from my military brain. They probably hit them with that barrage, and then guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna fly drones over there. And if I were Russia, I'd fly drones, and with those drones, I'd drop pieces of paper. And you know what they did? They did that
Yeah, I was gonna say
on their
that
Eastern
sounds like a
Front.
side playbook.
They did that. Do you not remember that? They did that. And they told them, we're getting ready to invade within a week. And remember, that's why they had that whole mass exodus from out of Eastern Ukraine and they all left. And remember, that was when all the African students that couldn't, that were
Hmm.
getting hemmed up,
Hmm.
not being able to get on any buses,
Right.
not being able to leave Ukraine. Remember that whole debacle?
Yep.
Because why? Because that exact same scenario, it happened when they initially crossed on over on the 24th
Hmm. The 24th.
of February last year. Maybe that was your 24th date. Maybe that 8th date. I don't know.
oh
Well, what is today?
numbers.
Today's March 9th, and they may have started it March 8th. Look, we just answered your question, brother Dom P. Look at that. Do 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 do.
Welcome to the
Hey,
Twilight.
10-4 Koofy time.
Hey, and sometimes you got to get goofy, man. Sometimes you got to get that 10-4 one out of the closet, man, and put it on, man, so you can get the understanding. Because
I don't know what y'all
crazy.
talking about. I have 3 pairs of tinfoil hats.
Man, this is crazy.
Well, Well, on a lighter note, I love how if Yahuwah Sabaoth is not destroying the turncoats within Israel, he's definitely exposing them. I have to give a big shout out to GBS when he exposed Roland Martin. I mean, Roland Martin got caught in his lie, got caught in his lie, and the suspected white supremacist was playing his videos back, and Roland Martin just got emotional like a woman whose husband just caught her getting out the bed with Jody. I mean, and it was. I think my ribs and abdomen were sore for that whole week. I laughed so hard. So everything is getting exposed. America's dirty, filthy,
You
nasty.
weren't drinking anything, was you?
When I saw that,
Yeah.
when I
Can't have
saw
you choking anymore, man. But if you're gonna watch things that are funny, you're gonna have to put the beverage down.
oh no, Miss Ma.
We're just gonna have to give you your fluids through IV. Okay, you just gonna be that brother right there that's gonna have to be holding his little IV fluid bag. I
okay.
get so excited.
Hey, see, the way y'all talking to me, y'all gonna make me. Well, now I ain't gonna do all that like that white woman did who killed herself, who put an enema inside herself and got drunk off that. it's not funny, but in a way it is.
That's real messed up. Dang. She tried to do a Barney Fife. You telling me that she tried to do a real life Barney Fife?
What's going on now? I'm lost. What just happened?
Wait, how did Barney Fife? How did Barney Fife?
Remember that from The Simpsons? Barney's trying to get so drunk. He's like, just put it in my veins. Oh my goodness.
Back to the
Barney Fife. I thought you was talking about the Andy Griffith Show.
No, I think his name was Barney, right? Was it Barney Fife also?
No. It was Jim Neighbors that died like that. I think it was Jim Neighbors who was
his character was Barney Fife, I think.
Oh no, that's
Gomer Pyle.
No, that's Don Knotts y'all thinking about.
That's Gomer Pyle. No. I'm talking about the other show. That's right. That's Gomer Pyle.
Talking about the Simpsons, right? The ones that predict all this stuff. They predicted, predictive programming. That's their fault. They predicted that, predictive programming.
Yep, they be predicting it becoming true. Just crazy.
Just to push out what they're playing with the predictive programming is this. This is what we plan to do. We're going to put it in your mind through our programming, which is either television or the movies.
Right.
And then, so when you see it come to pass, you're like, it's already in your subconscious.
Right.
Your subconscious is already
become numb to it.
Yeah. It's already accepted it. And that's what they're doing. That's what they've been doing. I mean, I keep thinking about childhoods and Battlestar Galactica and all that stuff, man. Star Wars, all that.
Those sci-fi movies been stirring with Brother Don P's soul. He's like, how did they get all this?
Have you been seeing the silence?
He's laying up in his bed just thinking about that. He's looking at that ceiling just thinking about it. Childhood and
hey, check this out.
Galactica.
What is the 23rd pair? What does the 23rd pair of the of your DNA? What does that determine?
Sex.
Yeah, your sex. Yeah.
That's why they want to mute it. So you look around, you get to looking like Baphomet.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
A third strand of DNA.
We got no. Satan has no good plans.
No.
Nope.
So then everything is going to be, everything then is going to be cloned, and all the clones are going to look like some. Oh man, and it's crazy because that's the wickedness. That's how wickedness goes down.
That's why they invented CRISPR.
Yep. CRISPR-Cas9.
Man, this is crazy.
Technology.
Sorry.
I need to have your Kogon up here with that one.
It's going to be Attack of the Clones, man.
Attack of the Clowns.
Everybody's
No,
gonna be
clones.
everybody's gonna be walking around looking like Ken dolls. Nothing down there to see.
That's why I said that. Why do you think they're coming up with their pod babies? Because nobody's going to reproduce in the natural way.
Right.
Right.
Speaking of
like that movie with Sylvester Stallone and Sandra Bullock. What was that movie called?
Demolition Man.
Demolition Man. Right.
Busy. He was like, "Oh yeah, we about to get busy." She's like, "No, we don't do it like that here."
And they've got all that in so much sci-fi, like Judge Dredd. They even had an episode of that in Star Trek in the Next Generation. There was these people.
I remember that. Yeah.
That was genderless, and Riker kind of fell in love with one that looked feminine. And their whole society, it was like they would literally recondition you if you sort of deviated towards a gender. I'm like, wow. Right. Now that I think back at all these things, that's where they're heading.
Yep.
Well, if you go to TikTok and you see that Africa video where they're out there looking at a safari, these silverback gorillas jump up out of nowhere and they start running wild. And out of all the people that were there, they went and knocked down the only white person that was standing there. I mean, just ran up to her and gave her a gut shot. Boom.
You know what Bookman he just wrote out there. They're already dating and mating through virtual reality, and he is right because I know people who are on that virtual reality scene. They dating in them virtual reality chat rooms.
That's crazy.
Metaverse love.
Yes.
Metaverse love.
Yep, you can buy a house, you can buy property and everything.
Hey, I got one up on that one about.
So I can be a high value man in the metaverse.
Around the time of my awakening, I think it was the last time I watched HBO Real Sex, and I think everybody's seen that at least once. Speaking of Demolition Man, those I guess whatever you call those VR things that you put on and it hits your sensors. Well, they have one where it showed this dude who was in America with a machine having sex with some lady in Europe. She had for all intents and purposes, she had the probe and he had the sleeve.
And they were plugged in.
Yeah. And this is 2016 because my awakening was late 2015.
Right.
So, I mean, all this stuff that people are talking about now, I saw that stuff dang near 10 years ago. So it's on and popping. Let them have it.
Yep, takes Ready Player One to a whole different meaning, right?
Yep, digital sex. That's what it is.
Golly, God, you killed it.
They have digital money and digital sex.
When you think about this,
that's what all was in
the population with the most game is having so little conjugal relationships. Think about the cats that ain't got no game. They ain't getting no conjugal relationships. So that's why they're moving to this virtual thing. Their women can't stand them. That's why they run off and, get Asian women and so forth. Because their women can't stand them. And if they don't have enough game or enough money, they ain't gonna get an Asian woman. So let's think about that. These are why they want to move to these robotic.
That's my neighbor.
That's your neighbor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why they want to move to these. They want to move to these AI sex slaves that look like females. That's what they own. And so think about this. Think about this. If they're the ones, if Dwight is the prize for them, think about how little their people are getting it. Their males are getting it. That's why all their populations are going bye-bye.
Well, their populations are dropping, so that they had to bring the Muslims in over there in Europe, so the Muslims could rape the white women over there in Europe. Because that's what, if you listen to what Trump said when he first came in, he was talking about that. He's like, "No, we're not having that here. We're gonna shut up the borders. We're not having that here."
Wow.
You know, and they were over there, and because they were coming out and welcoming the Muslims over there, and the Muslims was raping cats like crazy.
You know why they letting everybody in this country, right? They letting all them folks in this country.
Yeah, it's an invasion force.
No. They know we're leaving.
Yeah.
They've been replacing us for years.
Yeah, that's
Since
true.
1959, they've been replacing us. There's a book called The Other America, written by Michael Harrington in 1959.
Right.
And there's a chapter that's titled If You Black, Get Back. And that talks about the immigration and the replacement. So that's why when you look at construction sites today, or any type of construction or road work, that type of stuff, you're always going to see a Latino crew. And if there's any heavy equipment, that's going to be run by a white guy. Or if there's a site manager, it's a white guy.
Right.
Unless it's a Latino-owned company, that's the next step.
Right.
They start their own business.
But here's
they
the
learn
thing.
how it works, and then they start their own, and then boom, 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 boom. That's how I know we the people of the book, and they're not.
But here's the thing.
Because
Here's the thing they also don't think about is that they don't spend like we do.
True that.
Spanish people don't spend. They don't spend like we do. So when we leave here, they thinking that we'll keep this stuff running. No, it's not going to run. Everything's going straight to hell.
They spend in a different way.
Right.
They spend in a different way.
I don't think they have the spending power we have.
Their purchases tend to be larger item purchases, like houses and vehicles.
Right.
We spend on all kinds of frivolous stuff.
We do.
You know, and that's why, you know, so they're going to miss that, you know, $2 billion worth of consumer power.
Yeah.
2 billion. No, we're 2 trillion.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Trillion. Yeah, we got the trill on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the whole thing. That's really what keeps this nation afloat, because they're savers, we're not. But think about it. But think about it. If we know that we've been the people, right? And that's why I always say, like, epigenetics is really key in understanding, right, that there's a history that's there, and our history is literally in our genes. And that survived. No matter what they try to say, no matter how they try to say it, it survives us. And when, you know, it's one of those things, it's like, oh, we're princes, you're kings and queens, right? Princes and princesses. Well, in a way, we've always been. We've always been. We just didn't know what it meant or why it meant it that way until we really started to explore our history. See, and I would say the exploration of our history from the non-Eurocentric perspective, because that non-Eurocentric perspective was always based off of what? It was always based off of the fact that you had to look outside of other sources. And I would say other American sources or English sources. Everything that's an English source is all messed up because they did that on purpose. When you look at sources in Portugal and in Spain, well, guess what? Now the truth comes out. Because why? Because those publications are before the 17th, 18th century.
Right.
And they hate going back there. Do you see what I'm saying? They can always shape their narrative because their narrative, it works for them. Well, I don't look at that. Okay, well then you can be in ignorance if you want to. But just because you're in ignorance doesn't mean that I have to be in ignorance, and I will refuse to be in ignorance. I look at that and I'm like, look, we have to understand as a people as a people. We're looking at their downfall because literally their downfall is based on their ignorance and them being comfortable in their ignorance. You want to know the nations that always fall the first and the fastest are the nations that are so comfortable. And you can tell how comfortable people are by looking at looking at their diets, looking at their weight. Look, if America was invaded right now, you don't even have a population that has the intestinal fortitude, literally the intestinal fortitude to carry on a fight. Especially with everything that they done stuck up in their veins. How many people's heart would fail just from having to confront an enemy?
Men's hearts failing them for fear.
Hey,
Dwayne,
Nebuchadnezzar,
get on up.
bring them glasses over here. Bring them glasses. You know them glasses that we got. You know, remember the cups? Bring them cups over here. Let's have a drink.
Dwayne and Gary are laying on the side of the road, done expired, with all their ammo that they're trying to carry.
Is this a way you tell me, Brother
hunter's
Paris, to lay off the Chick-fil-A biscuits?
we're gonna get them Russian, them Chinese, them North Koreans, and them Iranians. Then they're like, "Well, wait a second, let me take a breath." They're gonna fold on over. They're gonna die from SADS before they even are able to fire a shot.
Can you imagine the Beverly Hillbillies trying to fight this war?
That's not how they see it, though. That's not how they see it. Remember, they're Captain America and Winter Soldier and everything like that. That's how they see themselves.
Captain America is a number 4 at the local Arby's.
And let me tell you how it's going to be.
Don't mess with that Shamrock Shake right now. We're right by St. Patrick's. Don't mess with their Shamrock Shakes.
It's going to be like what Kara said. They're going to be going from SADS, and then the other half of the military, they're going to be built in cock diesel like Vin Diesel or Dwayne Johnson. They're going to come out wearing halter tops and thongs and leather hip boots, you know, with their machine guns. And so, yeah, I mean, America's finished. So half of the military is out of shape, like Kara said. Half of America's out of shape, and the other half is on that Skittles agenda. So there's no telling what Russia and China is going to run into when their boots touch the soil over here. I mean, a bunch of them running around with leather, lace, and chains, talking about "Take me, master." You know? I'm just saying.
Oh boy, they set themselves up. We would have healed Babylon, but she refused to be healed.
What are they going to be like? Retreat, retreat, retreat.
Hey, they're going to be like,
oh my gosh, it's the Russians. The Russians is here. Oh no, I got high. Oh no, oh.
Get the lemon oil. Get the
We're using that type of language in war. We can't use that type of language in war.
You know, the propaganda is going to come that, they put out there to the general public and foolish Negroes that the Russians hate, all Americans and stuff like that. The Russians don't have a problem with us.
Hey, I was just going to say that I watched TikTok again, and it showed that video where Putin said, and I don't believe him because he is them, but he said, listen, black man, our fight is not with you. You are the most, and you can pull up the video yourself. I got it saved. I'll send y'all, I'll put it in Karis's comments if you don't mind, and y'all can go look at it. But yeah, he's pretty much saying that he don't like this government, he don't like this country, he said black people have nothing to do with his disdain for America. I mean, don't make this worse. not my.
Yeah, he actually did
Sounds
say that. I remember that, and
about
I
right.
was telling y'all, look, those Russian Orthodox, right, in the eastern side of Europe, they know who we are, and
You
you
know how
had to
many times
remember. You have to remember. Look, there's a moral justification that they're trying to come with, right? The moral argument. Look, after 400 years, the Most High allowed us to liberate you all.
Curious, check this out.
Yeah.
Y'all know how many times I've been to Russia? Okay, so I'm gonna bring it out. I had a Russian girlfriend. I almost married her.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh,
Now this is the worst.
the
This is
plot
worse.
thickens.
You've
The
been
plot
double
thickens.
infiltrating.
Secret
You done had a Russian girlfriend. So you done
You
had
know how many times
what
I've
is
been to
that? What is
Russia?
that? A red sparrow as a girlfriend.
Wow. You know how many times I've been to Russia, man? Bruh, like you said, they know. So I've been to Basil's Cathedral and all that stuff. And even like in the metro, I can send you a picture. They have the Kurajin, the Talmudim. They're all black.
Mm-hmm.
They're all brown skinned on the murals.
Yeah.
They know what's up. They know what's up.
They know who we are.
So that's
Exactly. The only people that
that's
think that they don't know is us in America. We are the most dumbest captive audience. We're just big dummies here.
yeah, because
They
had two
family. We're
churches.
big dummies. We're sitting
They had
here
two
as
churches.
the rest of the nation. They look at us. We're in astonishment. We're big dummies. We're in astonishment. These folks
Hey,
really
Kieran,
don't get it yet.
check this out. You know they had the east. You know they had the east and the west Orthodox Catholicism that split, right? And so now they're trying to bring it back together, but that's not going to work. So it's like the Pope, and then whoever the representative is from the east, and I think he was from Kiev, but they're trying to bring those two back together. It's some craziness, man. But yeah, but they know the truth. They know exactly who we are. We're painted on their walls. America never tell you that because America's that under that whitewash, under the whitewash half of the Catholic Universal Church. So just in case y'all didn't know, there's two Catholic churches.
It's not just America. They won't tell you that over here either, or the rest of Europe. They won't tell you that. That doesn't mean you can't find out, but they won't tell you that, and they'll try to hide it. It's probably more. Well, actually, it's just Russia and other nations. Some of them will tell you. A few might tell you, but on a whole, they're not trying to tell you that. They don't. America and this country in particular, and Rome. It's obviously Roman Catholic Church, but they ain't telling you.
Yeah. When I was in Kiev, they were celebrating 1,025 years of religion of their Catholic Church. And that was when I was in Kiev. I think I was in Kiev like in 2014. Yeah, I think I was in Kiev in 2014. So, it's crazy. And it's like, oh my goodness. I saw it leaped out to me how these folks were being worshipped like the Pharisees. I was like, wow. They're walking around with their big crosses, people kissing their hands. I mean, it was crazy. It was crazy.
Well, Don P and Chantel, I'm gonna tell you both. I'm not saying nothing. Don't read into what I'm saying. All I'm gonna say is this: for both y'all's bergs out there, there's been a hell of a lot of auroras going around out there. I mean, I don't know if either one of y'all have been seeing them, but California is talking about a possible power grid failure, and it sure is coinciding with those auroras being seen that far to the south, and also over. I think they were seen in Britain from Greenwich, whatever you call that, on further east. I'm just saying. So
Yeah,
What
Greenwich.
what's being seen?
those auroras,
Auroras.
yeah, they
Yeah, the aurora borealis, the lights in the sky. They're
Oh,
coming.
okay.
They're
Okay.
coming more south.
I got you. I got
You mean like commonly known as the Northern Lights?
Hmm.
you.
Mm.
Mm. I wouldn't be surprised, man. These people have done so much wickedness in the land. It's like okay. The only thing that we know is what's going to happen according to Scripture. We just don't know when it's going to happen. So it's crazy. This is what I think. I think there's going to be a war. Babylon's going to be destroyed. The 10, the 10 are going to receive their authority for an hour. They're going to give it to the man that makes peace with this war. He'll be
Yep.
assassinated, but he'll raise back up. And it's gonna, and then y'all know the rest of the story.
I think, yeah, we're starting to see that right now. We see the massive protests going on in France with raising the age of retirement. We're seeing protests with folks in the Western European nations not wanting to be a part of NATO anymore. We see all that, but I just look at it and as you're right, look, this war is going to be here because of what? Look, we're in a war. They just don't want to tell you that we're in a war, right? I'm going to tell you I'm in a war. We're in a
No, go
war.
back to sleep. Go back to sleep.
Yeah, they've even said it. Do you know how many times the U.S. has said that we're in a war? Biden's actually said that we're in a war.
Yeah, he did.
That actually came from Biden's
He
mouth.
said it with his own mouth. He said it
Yeah,
with
he
his
said it
own
from
mouth.
his own mouth. So we're not lying about this. Biden said this. It's like, well, we're not in a war. We're just in a conflict. No, and then he talked about it. He actually did that in I think the State of the Union and other speeches,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing. All we're doing is just look. We're seeing it and we're just reporting it. Because why? Because it was always going to be here. It's just a very slow speed. We never thought that it was going to be, we thought that it was going to be like wham, bam, like blink of an eye type stuff. No, that wasn't going to be the case. It was always going to be a slow creep.
Right.
How
Right.
does this?
And that's the
How
the night
how
part.
does the lizard
That's
take
the,
out
that's
his
the night
prey?
part.
A slow creep, just like Biden.
Yeah, yeah.
Hi,
Oh boy.
I like ice cream.
Oh my goodness.
that
Oh my goodness.
screaming in his diaper, in his depends, because every time he falls down, and well, not falls down, every time he shakes a Pope's hand, he dips ice cream, like he did when he was running down the back of his leg. That piece of garbage. I can't stand
he he's slow. He needs diapers and he falls upstairs. So, the,
I still
ladies
think the
and
funniest.
gentlemen,
I still think the
president
funniest
of America.
was when he
It
fell
did
up the
come out
stairs.
of
And
Harry.
they
You vote for him, you're not
had to
black.
have the balloon bring him down. That balloon bring him down the stairs. That's-
It,
Oh
it,
man.
That was funny.
he's
This is what America has become. This is what America has become.
Oh,
He
go
is,
ahead.
he is the quintessential example of America in the rest of the world's eyes. Just looking, this is him. This is us. This is America.
Up next comment, yo.
So,
Oh no, man. Yo, I'm sorry. He was flaming. He was flaming in the comment section. I had some of those comments on up here. Brother Don P, they said that you were gonna star in the movie with Julia Stiles.
Julia, what movie is
With
that?
Julia Stiles.
Oh my goodness.
From Russia with Love. Yo. Oh
I
my
have
no
Julia
idea.
Stiles
I
is
have no
literally
idea.
she's the spoiler in all the
man.
movies, right?
I have no idea what movie I'm supposed to be starring.
Hey,
Said the
you
Gentile
know
that
who
loved me.
Julie
I think it was called. That was the picture called "The Gentile Who Loved Me."
Hey, no,
Yo, clowning. Oh, wow. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
And
They
I said that Julia
clowning.
Stiles would be
See,
the lead actress.
Julia Stiles.
they so wrong.
She's the one who starts
I'm
in
not telling y'all nothing else about my life.
Hey, hey, look, Don P.
I'd advise you not to tell us anything else.
What did you say earlier? What do you always tell me?
Oh, it's self-inflicted.
Self-inflicted wound.
Hey, Don P.
Landed on my own grenade. Yeah.
I'll explain to you who Julia Stiles is.
I know who she is. I just didn't know what movie they was talking about.
Oh no, it's gonna be a Russia from Russia with Love 2.0.
No, it's gonna be Save the Last Dance 2.0, the Russian ballad.
Let's just hope it's not like Othello, because she was in Othello too.
Oh my goodness. All right, family. I've been on here for almost 5 hours just talking stuff. Y'all know I have to. I have responsibilities. I gotta do my building bridges tonight. You know, I gotta drink me a ginger ale. I gotta get my parchness down. I'm afraid to drink some more Arizona iced teas after Rojo done.
Oh, that's cool.
Rojo took himself out in this broadcast with an Arizona iced tea. I bet it was watermelon flavor too. I didn't even bother asking the flavor. It's either fruit punch or watermelon.
No, it was watermelon and kiwi.
Oh yeah. I knew it was something. That red can almost done had you. That red can almost got you over.
I used to like the peach flavored one. The peach flavor.
No, what amazed me is that Chantel, she
maybe time to get off.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gar.
No, I would just say the Arizona iced tea. When I used to drink them a lot when I was younger, my favorite one was the peach one.
Oh no, it just killed me that Chantel caught my gag, because I'm telling you, I tried to suppress it and I hit the mute button. She was like, "Oh
no, you can't hide nothing from me. No.
Yeah, she spotted
I
that
will
one
pick that
too.
up.
I didn't know if it was like somebody had got like in a wreck. I thought it was like a car wreck or something. Like,
No, I thought someone got yanked. Like, what happened?
Someone got judo chopped in the throat.
I thought the CIA finally caught up with some Hebrew Israelites. It was like, oh, we need to deal with these black Hebrew Israelite extremists, and one of us got yanked out of the house.
He's been propagating all this.
You ever seen those TikTok videos? Hi, you such and such? Yeah, take the shot.
Yeah, I've seen that. All I heard was, and I was like, whoa, what happened? I seriously thought something. Whoa, are we gonna have to pay a Hebrew Israelite ransom? What's going on?
No,
it's just Rojo done got kidnapped somewhere in Virginia. Or excuse me, Tennessee. I said, oh man, them good old boys on triangulated his position. They don't found him. They look, once you're in Tennessee in them neck woods, man, up in the mountains, I don't know what to do for you. We just got to pray for you.
Oh, it's a wrap. I get caught in one of those hollers or hop on one of these mountains. Oh yeah. I'm sticker. But it's just so funny because Karis, you're giving your lesson and everything, and you're just talking. And I did that. And Chantel just interrupted the whole thing. What was that? I was like, what?
I heard it, but I acted like I didn't hear it. So
all right, we must be on Oral's lunchtime. Oral, I'm gonna let you have some of the final comments, because I know you came back from lunchtime. He's like, all right, I done assisted my client with a life insurance policy that will never be utilized once the stock market crashes.
Oh wow.
Right. Just don't put Rojo on that policy.
Hey, brother Mike. Hey, brother Mike.
Oh,
brother Mike left?
Yeah, he left.
I missed him.
But anyway, you know, my final comments would be this: we that are actually in the air quotes woke community, but you know what? I don't even like that. I would say us here that actually has a actual relationship with the Most High and who have discernment, we can see the signs all around us and we see what's coming. So what we have to do is continue to stay on our knees, fast and pray, and just get our houses in order and start, as I mentioned earlier in the call, think about what we're going to do when we get back to the land and start thinking as if we are there already and start forward thinking, because it's very important for us to realize that Babylon is falling and it's pretty much already fell. So we have to start making any preparation we can, because, you know, faith without works is dead. So we can't just have faith in, well, the Most High is going to get us up out of here. No, we need to actually move. We are being warned. We see the signs all around us. And so we have to move with authority and move within faith and just get ourselves going in that direction, forward thinking. And that's all I have to say. And thanks for having me. Panel members, it's always a pleasure chatting with all of you folks, and the Most High bless.
All right. So Brother Oral was telling you, look, he's there in Central Florida, over by the villages. You know, I can't blame him, especially does finance. I know what he's doing. He's making money off of them rich white folks on over there in the villages. Hey,
Oh my
I
gosh, you're
can't knock
something else,
out.
man. You're something else.
You're terrible for that, bro.
You know what I'm talking about? He said,
Oh
I
my
check out
God.
the cars, and if their cars are
This is why you don't tell us stuff about your life. You keep
You
everything.
know, I don't even know where he gets all this stuff from. You know.
said it. You know, said he said I work finance. I said, oh, I know what you do. That's the number one target right there in South Florida. I'm telling you. That's well, I would say Central Florida, because I know that area is actually one of the biggest retirement communities in the country.
Yeah, those old people like to party up there, and
Mhm.
don't get it twisted. Those old people be getting down, getting busy, because unfortunately, it actually leads the country in STD.
And STDs too. Yeah, them nasty
Yeah,
old
yeah.
behind, them nasty Babylonians.
Nasty. Well, actually, there's something from Chappelle's show. I'm not gonna repeat it. I'll keep it to myself, but from a skit. But go. All right.
But they always showing us on the STD and the PrEP pill commercials. They never show them old Gentiles on there. Just saying.
Yeah, they always show us with the
Right?
agenda type stuff, and it's like, come on, man.
Anything negative, they always throw us in there. You know.
Make me sick, bro.
Yeah, it's
Jada.
like, we don't even get down like that, and it wouldn't, and half of us wouldn't get down like that if it wasn't for you all having buck broken our ancestors. So let's
talk about it.
Let's
Preach.
get real with this one.
And I know what
let's
commercial
get real with this. Like, come on now. All right, thank you, brother. Well, I gotta start shuffling y'all to the back. I'm afraid to see what my puppy done did. I think I got a lot of cleaning up to do. Now, I think he just probably fell asleep. I think he'd probably be scratching the door if he really needed to go, or he'd be barking. So thank you, brother Oral. Oh, this is a good one. I'll move you to the back. Brother Rojo, I'm gonna let you go so you can go ahead and get some more oxygen. I know you've been on that oxygen machine hitting that thing hard.
Man, I got the whole oxygen tanker, hooked up to the semi. I'm taking in that whole 1,000,000-gallon trailer of oxygen. Might blow up in the flames right now.
Brother Roger's on that oxygen diet.
But this is for, because I remember one brother said that he was talking to some people on Sinetta, and this has been on my spirit a lot, about how these camps are always talking about the 2/3 is coming, and how people are talking about Jacob's trouble is coming. I just want to leave y'all with this scripture just to let you know, and you all can decipher it, what you will out of it. And we will go to Zechariah 13:7, and we'll start at the second verse. Smite the shepherd and the sheep shall be scattered, and I will return mine hand upon thy little ones. And it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith the Elohim, two parts therein shall be cut off and die, but the third shall be left therein, and I will bring the third part through the fire, and will refine them as silver is refined, and will try them as gold is tried. They shall call on my name, and I will hear them. I will say, it is my people, and they shall say, the Elohim is my ruler, my father, my Abba. So just refer them to that whenever they say Jacob's trouble is coming. We've been in Jacob's trouble over the past 1700 years, and we got the brunt of it, the absolute nasty butt of it over the past 400 years. We're coming out of this. There's about to be a civil war in this country. All we need to do is just step aside, sit on the sidelines because we ain't playing in it, and have each other's back and just continue to call on our Father, and we'll be all right. I yield the mic there and I'll step down.
All right. Thank you, Brother Roger, putting you in the back. Brother Jaden.
Yep, I'll just be short and sweet. It's always a blast coming on here. Whenever I get down and thinking, oh, the Most High ain't really, doing much in the world, I come on, lives like these or watching videos like Brother Karis got going and Yakoba, and just puts everything back into perspective. So I appreciate the edification and the good vibes y'all got here. So shalom to everybody.
All right, shalom. Brother Don P.
Well, Brother Karis, the party's over. And it's time to go home.
Are you talking? No, the party's actually not over. Really, the party's just beginning.
No. See, older people know that when they're at the party, when the party's over for them, and it's time to go home. That's before all the ruckus starts.
Yeah.
See, that's when it starts to get dark and the knuckleheads come to the party. You know how I go. And so that's when it's time to go home. I don't think the Most High called us to be in a race war.
No.
He didn't call us to be in a race war because that's the way they fight.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the way we fight. When he told us, told Peter, time for you to take up two swords. Those were the modern day for us would be like a pistol, and that's just for self-protection. We ain't supposed to have no long guns and be out there trying. No. Listen. If that's how you live, that's how you're gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
Our trust is in him. So
absolutely.
Thank you so much for making this space. Thank you so much for being obedient, because if you weren't there, all these knuckleheads on the panel couldn't have a good laugh while we talk about the truth. And we try to come into the understanding of where our soul needs to be so that we are not only redeemed, but that we're saved. So thank you, brother. Have a wonderful day.
All right. Shalom. All righty. All right. Brother Garth.
It was great. It was a great talk. I felt encouraged today. And I really don't have a lot to say. I just say, just keep on praying, family, and our redemption is nigh, and I guess take it day by day. That's what I'm doing. It's like Brother Jaden said, it's kind of funny. I was like, kind of just a couple past days, I don't know, I've just been like reflecting, and I'm like, when it's just like being in this, I wouldn't say, I don't even want to use that word, purgatory or whatever, but just like being in that waiting state and just knowing that it could happen at any time, or it just, I don't know. Sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, when I hear your messages and other people's messages, sometimes I get encouraged and be like, yes, it's going to be soon. And then I hear other people say, oh, maybe not for another year. And then sometimes, I'm not going to lie, waiting on the Exodus has kind of been somewhat of like a rapture type vibes for me. That's just for me personally, because I'm just ready to like do some. I mean, like I'm like so spirit minded to the point where like I need to figure out what I need to do here while I'm here. So I just pray for that guidance while I'm here, and we have to wait. But I know that this is the end game, and it's really coming to an end really soon. I don't know what that looks like, but I know it's soon. But anyway, shalom, family, and thank you.
Hallelujah. Thanks, Brother Garth.
No problem.
Sister Chantel. I'll give it to my sister, over on the other side of the pond.
You left the crazy one for last. Yeah, it's been a blast. I just love coming up and talking to family and just spending time and everything. It's almost time. It's almost time. And all we need to do, we don't even need to do anything. We don't need to do, oh, Zach. We don't need to do anything. We just need to just chill. The Most High has got everything in control. I pray that all of us are ready, and that when it's time to go, we'll know. Exactly. When it's time to go, we'll know, and we don't have to worry about anything. He's got everything in hand and in order. So, as I said, it's always good to be around family, and I'll speak to you guys soon. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Hallelujah. Thank you, Sister Chantel. Brother Michael, I brought you back so you can
good looking out, bro.
Yeah, I brought you back. Your final comments.
Yeah, and to all the brothers and sisters, stay strong. Stay in contact with your brothers and sisters. We all know what we're going through. We know it's going to get darker. That's one thing we do know. It's going to get darker. But the darker it get, the better, the more light we're going to see. Absolutely. And see, that's the thing we really truly have to continue to maintain. And and brothers like yourself, like Don P said, hey man, you doing what Yah asked you to do. You sticking to it. Yakoba, he's sticking to it. All other brothers and sisters, they're sticking to it. There's no debate about who we are. That nonsense has came and gone. It came and gone. We're not arguing about that no more. We have too much evidence, biblical and historical evidence as to who we are. And we waking up swinging. It's like we coming out of a nightmare and we coming in swinging. Bro, I'm telling you, this is some exciting times for us. It's very exciting. It is unbelievable. And for all the brothers and sisters, stay faithful. Stay together, respect one another. And that's what I have to say, bro.
All right. Thank you, Brother Michael. So, all right. Oops. I think I caught him on the way out. But I got to go. It's been long. It's 5 hours. It's 5 hours. My jaw's starting to hurt. This little marathon. I said I was going to be on for a little bit. I didn't think I was going to be on that long. I think I was about 3.5 hours, a little overdue. No, I think at 3 hours. It was pretty good. then when we got to the 3 hour mark, Rojo wanted to start choking himself, and that's when it just went on the decline. No. Pray for me, family. I'm gonna time this. I'm gonna time it better somehow. Hallelujah. All right, I gotta get up on out of here. My poor little dog don't know what's going on. He said I should have been outside at least 2-3 times already. I got a bad owner. No, he's good. He's just laying down. So let me wake him on up and get him going. All right, family. So with that said, shalom, salama, siyemi, shalom, peace and blessings, yasharal.